Unit 1, Tape Script 1.1.
Where were you born?
In Scotland.
What do you do?
I'm a teacher.
Are you married?
No, I'm not. Why are you learning English?
Because I need it for my job.
When did you start learning English?
2 years ago.
How often do you have English classes?
Twice a week.
Tape Script 1.2. Anton Christoph from Toronto, Canada.
Hi, I'm Anton. I come from Canada, but at the moment I'm living here in New York. I'm working as a bike messenger. I really like New York. It's the center of the universe, and it's very cosmopolitan. I have friends from all over the world. I earn about $100 a day in this job. That's good money. I'm saving money for my education. I was born in Toronto, but my parents are from Bulgaria. They moved to Canada 30 years ago. When they first arrived, they didn't speak any English. They worry about me. Last month I had a bad accident on my bike, but I'm fine now. Next September, I'm going back home to Toronto, and I'm going to study for a master's degree, and then I hope to get a good job.
Tape Script 1.3. Rowena Lee from Melbourne, Australia.
Hi, I'm Rowena. I'm Australian. I come from Melbourne, but now I live in North London with my husband David. He's English. David and I run an art gallery. It's a gallery for Australian Aboriginal art. I just love Aboriginal art. I love all the colours and shapes. I'm preparing a new exhibition at the moment. I came to England in 2006 as a student. My parents wanted me to study law, but I didn't like it. I hated it, in fact. I left the course after 3 months and got a job in an art gallery. That's where I met David. Then we had the idea of opening our own gallery just for Aboriginal art, because most English people don't know anything about it. That was in 2006, and we borrowed £25,000 from the bank to do it. We're lucky, because the gallery's really successful, and we paid the money back after just 5 years. I go back to Australia every year. I usually go in the English winter because it's summer in Australia. But I'm not going next year because, you see, I'm going to have a baby in December. It's my first, so I'm very excited.
Tape Script 1.4. Questions about Rowena. 1.
Where does she live?
In North London.
Who with?
With her husband, David.
2.
What does she do?
She runs an art gallery.
3.
What's she doing at the moment?
She's preparing a new art exhibition.
4.
When and why did she come to England?
She came to England in 2006 to study law.
5.
How long did she study law?
For 3 months.
6.
How much money did she borrow from the bank?
£25,000.
7.
How many children does she have?
She doesn't have any at the moment.
8.
Why is she excited?
Because she's going to have a baby.
Tape Script 1.5. Questions to Serkan.
Hi, Serkan. Nice to meet you. Can I ask you 1 or 2 questions?
Yes, of course.
First of all, where do you come from?
I'm from Istanbul, in Turkey.
And why are you here in England?
Well, I'm here mainly because I want to improve my English.
How much English did you know before you came?
Not a lot. I studied English at school, but I didn't learn much. Now I'm studying in a language school here.
Oh, which school?
The Shakespeare School of English.
A good name. Your English is very good now. Who's your teacher?
Thank you very much. My teacher's called David. He's great.
What did you do back in Turkey?
Well, actually, I was a teacher. A history teacher. I taught children from 14 to 18.
How many children were in your classes?
Sometimes as many as 40.
Goodness, that's a lot. How often do you go back home?
Usually I go every 2 months. But this month my brother is coming here. I'm very excited. I'm going to show him round.
Well, I hope your brother has a great visit.
Tape script 1.6. Whose or whose? 1.
Whose phone is ringing?
It's mine. 2.
Who's calling?
It's my brother. Tape script 1.7. 1.
Whose phone is ringing?
It's mine. 2.
Who's calling?
It's my brother. 3. Who's on the phone? 4.
I'm going to the pub. Who's coming?
5. Whose coat is this? It's not mine. 6.
Whose are all these CDs?
7. Who's going to Tina's wedding? 8.
Do you know whose glasses they are?
Tape script 1.8. Questions about you. 1. What do you like doing in your free time? 2.
Do you like listening to music?
3. What kind of music do you like? 4.
What did you do last weekend?
5. What are you doing tonight? 6.
What are you going to do after this lesson?
7. How many languages does your teacher speak? 8.
What's your teacher wearing today?
Tape script 1.9. Listen and compare. What do you like doing in your free time?
I like being with my friends. We go to each other's houses and chat.
Do you like listening to music?
Yes, of course. I have an iPod.
What kind of music do you like?
I like all kinds. Rock, jazz, pop. But the thing I like best is listening to my dad's old Beatles albums.
What did you do last weekend?
It was my mum's birthday, so we all cooked a special meal for her.
What are you doing tonight?
Nothing much. I want to get an early night before the weekend.
What are you going to do after this lesson?
I have a bit of shopping to do. Then I'm going home.
How many languages does your teacher speak?
Only English. She says she's going to learn Italian next year.
What's your teacher wearing today?
A very pink jumper and red trousers. Not a great look.
Tape script 1.10. My oldest friend. 1. Kenny talking to Judy. Kenny, I see you have more than 300 friends on Facebook. Amazing, isn't it? I don't know how it happened. I think it's because my job takes me all over the world, and I make friends wherever I go.
I travel too, but I don't have that many friends.
Come on, Judy. I'm your friend. That's one friend at least.
But what about close friends? How many of the 300 are close?
I have no idea.
No idea. More than 10? More than 20?
Probably no more than 10 really close friends.
So, who's your oldest friend?
That's easy. Pete's my oldest friend. Since we were both 16 and he came to my school. He lives in Canada now, but he was best man at my wedding and I was best man at his.
How often do you see him?
Not often. Maybe once or twice a year. I went over to Canada last year when his son was born. Do you know, he named him Ken after me.
Hey, that's lovely. You and Pete are really good friends, aren't you?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
It's our love of football.
Don't tell me. He supports Liverpool too.
Of course. Best team in the world. No, seriously, the best thing about Pete is that maybe we don't see each other for months, even years. But when we get together, immediately we're talking...
About football.
No, about all kinds of things. Our families mainly. He's a great guy. 2. Damien talking to Toby.
Am I your best friend?
No, silly. You're my brother.
I'm not silly. Can't I be your best friend?
No, you can't. No one's best friends with his brother.
But I don't have many friends.
That's your problem. Look, I'm going to meet Thomas and the gang now.
Is Thomas your best friend?
No.
Is he your oldest friend?
No. Zach's my oldest friend. You know that, since we sat next to each other in Class 1. Zach and me are going to travel the world together when we finish school.
Can I come?
No, you can't. Just shut...
Well, can Thomas be my friend?
Toby, be quiet about friends. Oh, you're so boring. I'm not surprised you have no friends.
But can I...
No. I'm off. See ya.
But...
3. Katie talking to Beth.
Katie, you're lucky. You have so many friends.
I suppose so. I do have quite a lot.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I'm not sure. I think I kind of collect friends. I have friends from all different times in my life. You know, school, university, and now at work. And I keep my friends.
So, who's your oldest friend?
You are, of course. You and me, Beth. We're the same age, 24. And you could say we met before we were born.
I suppose you're right.
Yeah, our mums met when they were...
I know, they met at the hospital when they went for checkups before we were born.
Yeah, and we were born on the same day.
I know, but I'm 10 hours older than you.
That's why you're wiser than me. You're my oldest and my best friend. You're like a sister to me.
No.
Tape script 1.10. My oldest friend. 1. Kenny talking to Judy.
Kenny, I see you have more than 300 friends on Facebook.
Amazing, isn't it? I don't know how it happened. I think it's because my job takes me all over the world, and I make friends wherever I go.
I travel too, but I don't have that many friends.
Come on, Judy. I'm your friend. That's one friend at least.
But what about close friends? How many of the 300 are close?
I have no idea.
No idea. More than 10? More than 20?
Probably no more than 10 really close friends.
So, who's your oldest friend?
That's easy. Pete's my oldest friend. Since we were both 16 and he came to my school. He lives in Canada now, but he was best man at my wedding and I was best man at his.
How often do you see him?
Not often. Maybe once or twice a year. I went over to Canada last year when his son was born. Do you know, he named him Ken after me.
Hey, that's lovely. You and Pete are really good friends, aren't you?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
It's our love of football.
Don't tell me. He supports Liverpool too.
Of course. Best team in the world. No, seriously, the best thing about Pete is that maybe we don't see each other for months, even years. But when we get together, immediately we're talking...
About football.
No, about all kinds of things. Our families, mainly. He's a great guy. 2. Damien talking to Toby.
Am I your best friend?
No, silly. You're my brother.
I'm not silly. Can't I be your best friend?
No, you can't. No one's best friends with his brother.
But I don't have many friends.
That's your problem. Look, I'm going to meet Thomas and the gang now.
Is Thomas your best friend?
No.
Is he your oldest friend?
No. Zach's my oldest friend. You know that, since we sat next to each other in Class 1. Zach and me are going to travel the world together when we finish school.
Can I come?
No, you can't. Just shut...
Well, can Thomas be my friend?
Toby, be quiet about friends. Oh, you're so boring. I'm not surprised you have no friends.
But can I...
No. I'm off. See ya.
But...
3. Katie talking to Beth.
Katie, you're lucky. You have so many friends.
I suppose so. I do have quite a lot.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I'm not sure. I think I kind of collect friends. I have friends from all different times in my life. You know, school, university, and now at work. And I keep my friends.
So, who's your oldest friend?
You are, of course. You and me, Beth. We're the same age, 24. And you could say we met before we were born.
I suppose you're right.
Yeah, our mums met when they were...
I know, they met at the hospital when they went for checkups before we were born.
Yeah, and we were born on the same day.
I know, but I'm 10 hours older than you.
That's why you're wiser than me. You're my oldest and my best friend. You're like a sister to me.
Aww.
Tape script 1.11. A survey. How do couples meet?
A survey of over 10,000 couples asked them how they first met. The top 3 were first, with 22%, at work. Second, with 20%, through friends. And third, with 15%, at school or university. Next, with 12%, was meeting online. Nowadays, more and more couples are meeting this way. Just 8% met at a bar or club, and 5% through the family, which was quite surprising. Only 4% met on a blind date, perhaps not so surprising. Last of all, just 1% met while shopping. So don't go looking for love in the supermarket. That leaves just 13% who didn't meet in any of these places.
Tape script 1.12. What happened next? Dominic.
I sent Sally a text a couple of days after the date. She played it cool and didn't reply for 2 days. We met up a week later, went for a walk, and then to the cinema. We're still seeing each other. She's helping me train for the marathon, which is next month. She's going to come and watch me. Also, she came to the theatre to watch my play, and she said she liked it. I'm going to meet her parents next weekend. I'm a bit worried about that, but I enjoy being with her a lot.
Sally.
When Dom texted, I knew I wanted to answer, but I made him wait. I'm not sure why. Silly, really, because I really do like him. I enjoyed seeing him act. I think he's a very good actor, but I didn't really understand the play. He's coming to meet my family next weekend. I don't usually take my boyfriends home so soon, but with Dom it's different. I have a good feeling about this relationship. Will it last? Ask me again a year from now.
Tape script 1.13. Words with two meanings. 1. Turn left in the high street, and my house is first on the right.
She left hurriedly to catch her bus.
2.
I love travelling by train.
He's going to train for the marathon. 3.
I'm going to run a marathon next month.
They run the art gallery together. 4. I'm working at home for the rest of the week.
I need a rest. I'm so tired.
5.
What kind of books do you like reading?
How kind of you to bring me some flowers. 6.
Our flat's on the 4th floor of a big apartment block.
Holland is a very flat country. 7. What do you mean? I don't understand you.
He never even buys me a coffee. He's very mean.
Tape script 1.14. Listen and repeat. 1.
Hi, Anna. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
2.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. 3.
Can I help you?
No, thank you. I'm just looking. 4. Excuse me, is that seat free?
No, sorry. I'm afraid it isn't.
Tape script 1.15. Social expressions. 1.
Good morning.
Good morning. Lovely day again. 2. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, about 9 in the coffee bar.
3.
How do you do?
How do you do? Pleased to meet you. 4.
Thank you very much indeed.
Don't mention it. My pleasure. 5. I'm sorry I can't come tonight.
Never mind. Perhaps another time?
6. Can you help me with this exercise?
Of course. What's the problem?
7.
Bye.
Bye. See you later. 8. Bye. Have a good weekend.
Thanks. Same to you.
9.
Sorry I'm late.
It doesn't matter. You're here now. 10. Cheers.
Cheers. Here's to your new job.
Tape script 1.16. Conversations. 1.
Good morning.
Good morning. Lovely day again.
Yes, it's really warm for the time of year.
2. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, about 9 in the coffee bar.
Fine. 9 is good for me too. 3.
How do you do?
How do you do? Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you too.
4.
Thank you very much indeed.
Don't mention it. My pleasure.
It was so kind of you.
5. I'm sorry I can't come tonight.
Never mind. Perhaps another time?
I'm free tomorrow night. What about that? 6.
Can you help me with this exercise?
Of course. What's the problem?
I don't know what this word means.
7.
Bye.
Bye. See you later.
Yes, let's meet after class.
8. Bye. Have a good weekend.
Thanks. Same to you.
Thanks. Are you doing anything special? 9.
Sorry I'm late.
It doesn't matter. You're here now.
Yeah, I missed the bus.
10.
Cheers.
Cheers. Here's to your new job.
Thanks a lot. I'm excited, but a bit nervous.
Unit 2, Tape Script 2.1. Mammy Rock, the Granny DJ. Ruth Flowers is not an ordinary grandmother. She's in her 70s and has silver hair and bright red lipstick. She's a DJ and works in clubs in Europe and tours festivals. She lives alone in Bristol. She says,
I've got a son and a grandson. They think what I'm doing is very cool.
She likes rock bands, such as Queen and the Rolling Stones, but she also plays electro and dance music.
I love being with young people,
she says.
They've got so much energy and enthusiasm.
She's planning another European tour and is currently making a new single.
I'm having a lot of fun,
she says.
I don't want it to stop.
Tape script 2.2. The Super Jam Millionaire.
Fraser Doherty is an extraordinary young man. He has his own company, Super Jam, which he started when he was just 16.
I earn more money than my parents,
He says. His company makes jam, 500,000 jars every year, using a secret recipe from his grandmother. All the major supermarkets sell his products. The business is growing fast. 4 flavors at the moment, but more on the way. And he has a charity that organizes huge tea parties for old people, with live music and dancing.
At the moment I'm very busy. I'm writing a cookbook. I've got an idea for a TV program, and we're trying to get into the American market. Tape script 2.3. Ruth Flowers.
What does Ruth do?
She's a DJ.
Where does she work?
She works in clubs in Europe.
How many children does she have?
She has 1 son, and she also has a grandson.
What sort of music does she like?
She likes Queen and the Rolling Stones, and she also likes electro and dance music.
Why does she like young people so much?
Because they're so energetic and enthusiastic.
What's she doing at the moment?
She's planning another European tour, and she's making a new single. Fraser Doherty.
What does Fraser do?
He has his own company that makes jam.
How much does he earn?
He earns more than his parents.
How many jars of jam does he make every year?
He makes 500,000 jars a year.
Whose recipe does he use?
His grandmother's. It's a secret recipe.
What's he writing?
He's writing a cookbook.
What's he trying to do?
He's trying to get into the American market. Tape script 2.4. An interview with Ruth.
Do you like being famous?
Oh, don't be silly. I'm not really famous. I'm just an old lady who's having fun.
But it is unusual for someone your age, if you don't mind me saying, to be DJing in clubs for young people.
Well, I just like the music. And I don't want to be an old woman in an old people's home, watching television all day long and going to church once a week.
Why do you do it?
I DJ because the energy is fantastic. Because I love to see young people enjoying themselves. Because it makes me happy.
Does your family agree with you?
My family thinks it's great. Some of my friends say that it's not right for a woman my age to be wearing these clothes and staying out all night.
And what do you say to them?
I say it's none of their business. It doesn't matter how old you are. If you want to do something, you can.
Tape script 2.5. An interview with Fraser. Do you like being a businessman? Oh, yes, I love it. I like the planning, the marketing, the selling. I like meeting people and talking about my business and everything about it. It seems to me you really love what you're doing. It's true, I do. Do you have any free time? A bit, but not a lot. What do you do in your free time? I go out with my friends. I go to clubs. I love walking. Have you got a girlfriend? Well, that's none of your business. Sorry. Who do you live with? I live with a group of friends in a flat in Edinburgh. It's not far from my parents' house. Do you see much of your parents? I see them all the time. We're very close. Tape script 2.6. Do you have a car?
Yes, I do.
No, I don't. Have you got a bike?
Yes, I have.
No, I haven't.
I don't have a camera. I haven't got an iPod.
Tape script 2.7. Things I like doing.
Play games on my PlayStation. Go out with my friends. Download music and films. Send emails and texts.
Shop for clothes online. Have a lie-in. Relax in front of the TV. Meet friends for a drink.
Listen to music. Go out for a meal. Get a takeaway pizza. Do nothing.
Read magazines. Chat to friends online. Go to the gym. Watch a football match live on TV. Tape script 2.8. Listen, check, and practice. 1. I like shopping in the high street, but mainly I shop online. 2.
When I hear a band I like, I download their music from the internet.
3. I listen to music on my iPod when I go jogging. 4.
I spend hours chatting to friends online, even though I'm with them all day at school.
5. Sometimes I like to chill out at home and do nothing. 6.
I'm always so tired after work, I just want to relax in front of the TV.
7. On Saturdays I have a lie-in and don't get up till midday. 8.
Do you want to cook tonight, or shall we get a takeaway pizza?
9. It's Pete's birthday tonight, so we're going out for a meal. Indian, I think. 10.
I like keeping fit. I go to the gym 3 times a week.
Tape script 2.9. Money.
The best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I want money. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Your love gives me such a thrill, but your love won't pay my bills. I want money.
Tape script 2.10. 2 neighbours. Mrs. Crumble.
I have the flat above that young man. I think his name is Alfie Smith, because I see the postman delivering his letters. He never says hello. He hasn't got a job. Well, he doesn't go out to work at 8 in the morning, and that's for sure. He doesn't get up till the afternoon, and he wears jeans and a T-shirt all the time. He never looks smart. He certainly never wears a suit. Goodness knows where he gets his money from. It's funny. I never hear him in the evening. I've no idea what he does in the evening. There are people coming and going in and out of his flat all day long. I have no idea how many people are staying. 4? 5? Have none of them got jobs? He's got a girlfriend. She's very pretty. Blonde hair. Dyed. She's living with him. I know a lot of young people live together these days, but I don't like it. Living together and not married. It's not right. He always makes such a noise. Listen, there he is now. Music. He's listening to music. Why can't he turn it down? It's so loud. Young people these days have no manners. They live in their own world and they just don't care about other people. They don't even notice old people like me. He probably doesn't know who I am.
Tape script 2.11. Two neighbours. Alfie. I've got this new flat. It's so nice. I really love it. I'm having such a good time. The only thing is, it's below an old lady, and that's a bit difficult. Her name's Mrs. Crumble. I always say hello when I see her. How are you, Mrs. Crumble? Nice day, Mrs. Crumble, and all that. But she never replies. She just looks at me. I think she's deaf. She probably thinks I'm unemployed because I don't go out to work in the morning and I don't wear a suit. I think I wear really cool clothes. Well, I'm a musician. I play the saxophone, and at the moment I'm playing in a jazz club. I don't start till 8 at night, and I don't finish till 2 in the morning, so I sleep from 3 till 11. There's only me living here, but my flat's a bit busy at the moment because some of the other guys in the band are using it to keep their instruments in, so they're always coming in and out. I've got a lovely girlfriend. She's the singer in the band. She's so beautiful. She lives the other side of town, but obviously I see her every day because we work together. She comes to my place sometimes. I know I make a bit of noise because I practice my saxophone. See what I mean? What can I do? I have to practice somewhere. I know that old Mrs. Crumble is always watching me. It's sad because she has nothing to do. I feel sorry for her. And I'm always really kind to her like I am to my own grandmother, but she's so suspicious of young people. She thinks we're all no good and take drugs. It's just not true. I work really hard. Tape script 2.12. Making conversation. 1. John and Maria.
Hello, my name's John. What's your name?
Maria.
Hi, Maria. Where are you from?
Italy.
Ah, okay. Where in Italy are you from?
Roma.
Ah, Rome. I love Rome. It's beautiful. And what do you do in Rome?
I'm a student.
I see. And are you enjoying being in London?
Yes.
Well, I've got a class now, Maria. Bye. See you again.
Bye.
Not in my class, I hope.
2. Maggie and Jean-Jacques.
Hello, my name's Maggie. What's your name?
My name is Jean-Jacques. Nice to meet you, Maggie.
And you? Where are you from, Jean-Jacques?
I'm French. I live in Paris. Paris, as you say in English. But I'm from the south, from Provence. Do you know the south of France?
Yes, I do. It's beautiful.
It's true, it is. And you, Maggie, where are you from?
I'm from Scotland.
Oh, really? I've never been there, but I'd like to. It's a beautiful country, isn't it?
Very. Lots of mountains and lakes.
What do you do in France, Jean-Jacques?
I'm an architect. I design very expensive houses for very rich people.
Wow, that's an interesting job. Are you enjoying being in London?
Yes, I am. Very much. I'm having a really good time. I think London's a really interesting city and there's so much to do. And you, Maggie, what do you do?
Well, I'm a teacher. I work here.
Oh, really? What class are you teaching?
3B.
Oh, great! That's my class. You're my teacher.
Oh, how lovely. Well, it's 9 o'clock. Let's go to class.
What a good idea. I'll follow you. Tape script 2.13. Making conversation. 1.
What a lovely day it is today.
Yes, beautiful, isn't it? Much nicer than yesterday. 2.
Are you having a good time in London?
Yes, I am. It's a very interesting city. There's so much to do. I love the shops.
3.
Have a good weekend.
Thanks, same to you. Are you doing anything interesting?
4. Did you have a nice weekend?
Yes, I did. It was really good. I saw some old friends. What did you do?
5. What are you doing tonight?
Nothing special. Just at home. What about you?
6.
How's your mother these days?
She's okay, thanks. She's feeling a lot better. Thank you for asking.
7. Did you watch the football last night?
No, I didn't. I missed it. Was it a good game?
8.
I like your shoes.
Thank you. They're new. I got them last week in the sales. They're nice, aren't they?
9.
If you have a problem, just ask me.
Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. I will.
Tape script 2.14. Keeping a conversation going.
I was on holiday last month.
Oh, really? Did you go away?
Yes, I went to Italy.
How wonderful. Italy's beautiful, isn't it?
I think it's fabulous. I love all the history.
Yes, and the buildings and all the art. Where did you go?
Well, first I went to Florence, and I spent a few days going round the museums.
Oh, fantastic. Did you see the statue of David?
Oh, yes. Amazing. And then I went to see some friends who live in the countryside around Siena.
Wow, lucky you. Did you have good weather?
Well, actually, the first day of the
Unit 3, Tape Script 3.1. Walking the Amazon. Amazing journey ends after 6,000 miles. Ed Stafford became the first man in history to walk the length of the Amazon River from the source to the sea. He walked for 860 days. The journey began in April 2008 when Ed left the town of Camaná on the Pacific coast of Peru. It ended in August 2010 when he arrived in Maruda on the Atlantic coast of Brazil. He went through 3 countries, Peru, Colombia, and Brazil. The journey took nearly 2.5 years. I did it for the adventure, says Ed. Tape Script 3.2. Questions and Answers. 1. How far did Ed walk?
He walked 6,000 miles.
2. When did the journey begin?
It began in April 2008.
3. Where did the journey end?
It ended in Maruda, on the Atlantic coast of Brazil.
4. Which countries did he go through?
He went through Peru, Colombia, and Brazil.
5. How long did the journey take?
It took nearly 2.5 years.
6. Why did he do it?
He did it for the adventure.
Tape Script 3.3.
What was Cho doing when he met Ed?
He was working in the forest.
Where were they walking when they saw the tribe?
They were walking in a very dangerous part of the forest.
Why did the tribe think Ed was crazy?
Because he was walking the Amazon for an adventure. Tape Script 3.4. Ed's blog. The 12th of July, the day I nearly died. Today I was walking next to the river when I nearly stood on a snake. I stopped immediately. The snake's fangs were going in and out. I was terrified. I didn't move. One bite and you're dead in 3 hours. The 10th of September. Knives and guns. Early this morning, we were crossing the river by boat when we saw 5 canoes. The tribesmen were carrying knives and guns. They were angry because we didn't have permission to be on their land. We left as fast as we could. The 24th of November. The jungle at night. I was lying in my hammock last night trying to sleep. But it was impossible because the noise of the jungle was so loud. Monkeys were screaming in the trees, and millions of mosquitoes were buzzing round my head. I took a sleeping pill and finally fell asleep at 3 a.m. Tape Script 3.5. Pronunciation. D, t, id. D.
Stayed. Played. Phoned. Answered. Stopped. Worked. Laughed. Looked.
Id.
Decided. Studied. Wanted. Mended.
Tape Script 3.6. Pronunciation. We stayed in a hotel.
They played on the beach.
She phoned a friend.
I answered all the questions.
They stopped at lunchtime.
I worked in a bank.
We laughed and laughed.
I looked at the photo.
We decided immediately.
I studied at university.
She wanted a cup of tea.
I mended it.
Tape script 3.7.
I was having dinner.
What was she wearing?
They were playing football.
Where were you going?
He wasn't listening.
They weren't enjoying the party.
Tape script 3.8. The news. Here are the news headlines. A car bomb in Moscow kills 3 people. Thieves steal paintings worth $80 million from a New York museum. A national strike in France brings the country to a stop. The 71-year-old actor James Robertson dies at his home in California. And in the European Cup, Arsenal beat Real Madrid. Tape script 3.9. A car bomb exploded in central Moscow yesterday morning, killing 3 people who were shopping in a market and injuring many more. Most of those injured were women who were out shopping for food in the early morning and children who were on holiday. Terrorists say they planted the bomb. Last night, thieves in New York broke into the Museum of Modern Art and escaped with 3 paintings by Picasso valued at $80 million. Cameras were recording the rooms all the time, but the guard who was watching the screens saw nothing. Museum officials didn't discover the theft until the next morning. A national strike in France yesterday brought the country to a complete stop. Offices, banks, schools and shops all closed, and there were no trains or buses throughout the whole country. Workers were protesting for higher pay, longer holidays, and a shorter working week. The actor James Robertson died last night at his home in Hollywood, California. He was suffering from cancer. With him were his 5 children, his ex-wife, and his second wife, Cherie. The 71-year-old actor is best known for his role as the cowboy Dexter in Mad Men of the West. And finally, sport. Arsenal last night beat Real Madrid 2-1. At half-time, the Spanish side were winning 1-0, but then 2 goals by Johansson gave the London team a win. Tape script 3.10. A dictation.
Last night, thieves in New York broke into the Museum of Modern Art. And escaped with 3 paintings by Picasso, valued at $80 million, full stop. Cameras were recording the rooms all the time, but the guard who was watching. The screens saw nothing. Full stop. Museum officials didn't discover the theft until the next morning. Full stop.
Tape script 3.11. Adverbs. 1.
Please drive carefully through our village.
2. Romeo loved Juliet passionately. 3.
My mother speaks 3 languages fluently.
4. It rained heavily every day last week. 5.
He waited patiently for his girlfriend, but she didn't turn up.
6.
The soldiers fought bravely, but many of them lost their lives.
Tape script 3.12. 1. My grandma is nearly 75, and she still goes swimming regularly. 2.
Do you really love me?
Of course I do. I'll always love you. 3.
I was just relaxing with a really good book when someone knocked loudly on the door.
4.
My sister is only 3, but she can already read, and she can write too.
5. First, break the eggs into a bowl with some milk and butter. Then heat it gently. When it's ready, serve the scrambled eggs immediately with toast. 6.
Almost all my friends have a mobile phone. They're on Facebook as well. Even my dad's on Facebook.
Tape script 3.14. Dates.
What's the date today?
March the 18th. Tomorrow's the 19th. The day after tomorrow's the 20th.
When's your birthday?
November the 8th.
Oh, that's next week.
What's your date of birth?
12/9/87.
Sorry, what was that?
The 12th of the 9th, 87. What year were you born?
1982.
Oh, you're the same age as me. Tape script 3.15.
The 3rd of February. February the 3rd.
The 6th of April. April the 6th.
The 12th of July. July the 12th.
The 25th of December. December the 25th. The 1st of May. May the 1st.
The 16th of August. August the 16th.
The 13th of January. January the 13th.
The 31st of October. October the 31st.
Tape script 3.16.
February 3rd, April 6th, July 12th, December 25th, May 1st, August 16th, January 13th, October 31st.
Tape script 3.17. 1. When did man first land on the moon?
On July the 20th, 1969.
2.
When's your wedding anniversary?
November the 8th. 3.
When did the Berlin Wall come down?
The 9th of November, 1989.
4. When was your son born?
July the 21st, 2010.
5.
What's the expiry date on your credit card?
0618. Unit 4. Tape script 4.1. Questions about the diet. 1. Today, we are talking to a couple who are following the calorie restriction diet. So, my first question is, do you eat any meat?
No, we don't eat any meat at all, but we eat some fish.
2. How much fish do you eat?
We eat a little white fish, but we love shellfish, so we eat a lot of prawns.
3. Do you eat much fruit?
Oh yes, we eat a lot of fresh fruit, apples and grapes, well, everything.
4. And do you eat many vegetables?
Yes, of course. We eat lots of raw vegetables.
5. Don't you cook any vegetables at all?
We cook some. Sometimes we steam a few carrots and a little broccoli.
6. And what do you drink?
Well, we don't drink any tea or coffee, and naturally there's no alcohol in our diet, but we do drink a lot of orange juice.
7. How many calories do you have every day?
About 1,500.
That's about 1,000 fewer than most people.
Tape script 4.2. Following the diet. Tell us some more about the diet.
Well, I think we have a good diet. We enjoy the food we do eat. For breakfast, we have cereal, homemade cereal. We make it ourselves. We have it with fruit. We eat all fruit.
But we don't eat any dairy products. No milk, no cheese, and we don't eat bread, so we don't need butter.
We use olive oil instead. We often have it on salad for lunch, with tomatoes and lots of nuts, and sometimes green peppers stuffed with rice.
So you eat rice. What about pasta and potatoes?
Oh, no, not at all. We don't eat anything made from potatoes.
No crisps or chips then. And I'm guessing you eat nothing made with sugar.
You're right. We make fresh juice to drink, but with no sugar.
And nothing alcoholic, of course. What about water?
Well, we don't drink any tap water.
Really? Why not?
It's not good for you. We drink a little mineral water sometimes.
You're amazing. Well, I hope you live to be 120, but I'm sure I won't be around to see it. Tape script 4.3. Something, someone, somewhere. 1.
Did you meet anyone nice at the party?
Yes, I met somebody who knows you.
Oh? Who was that?
Your ex-boyfriend.
2.
Ouch! There's something in my eye.
Let me look. No, I can't see anything.
But I can feel it. Somewhere in the corner of my eye.
3.
Let's go somewhere hot for our holidays.
But we can't go anywhere that's too expensive.
I know, but we can afford this package holiday to Turkey.
4.
Where are my glasses? I can't find them anywhere.
What are they on the top of your head?
My glasses. Thank you.
5.
It was a great party. Everybody loved it.
They did. Nobody wanted to go home.
I know. A few people were still dancing at 3 a.m.
6.
Did you get anything nice in the sales?
No, nothing. I couldn't find anything I liked.
Why not try shopping online? You can buy everything online these days.
Tape script 4.4. What's the missing word?
Do you know famous?
The fridge is empty. There's to eat.
The lights are off. There's at home.
Pete's a great bloke. Likes him.
We always go nice to eat.
I can't go to the party. I haven't got nice to wear.
Has seen my keys?
I can't find my keys.
Tape script 4.5. My grandfather's shop.
My grandfather lived until he was 101 years old. He was a shopkeeper. He had a fish and chip shop in an old village near a big industrial town in the north of England. He had a son and a daughter. The daughter is my mother. The family lived above the shop. In those days, fish and chips was the most popular dish in the whole country. My grandfather made the best fish and chips in the area. People came to the village by bus, especially to get them. Everybody loved my grandfather because he was such a happy and contented man. He worked hard.
But once a week, he closed the shop and went to have lunch, not fish and chips, with friends in the local pub. He didn't retire until he was 78 years old. He said that the secret to a long life was a glass of whiskey before going to bed and lots of fish and chips.
Tape script 4.6. Articles.
My grandfather was a shopkeeper. He lived in the north of England. He had a fish and chip shop in an old village. His family lived above the shop. He made the best fish and chips in the area. Some people came by bus to the shop. He closed the shop once a week. He went to have lunch with friends. He liked to have a little whiskey before bed.
Tape script 4.7. Unusual restaurants. 1. Alexander. We were on honeymoon and we saw some brochures about this restaurant. It was my wife's birthday, so I thought, why not? It's expensive, but you don't find many restaurants like this. It was difficult to get a reservation because it only takes 12 people. When we arrived, we had drinks on the deck above, and someone gave us a talk about how they built the restaurant, and then we took off our shoes and descended, down the spiral stairs and into the restaurant. Actually, the restaurant itself isn't very exciting. The decor, I mean, but it doesn't need to be, because what is totally amazing is the view. It takes your breath away. All around and above your head are hundreds, maybe thousands of fish, all colours in a blue sea. I was sitting opposite my wife when a turtle appeared just behind her head. In fact, we were so busy looking at it all, we almost forgot that we were there to eat. The food was delicious. Fish, of course. But to be honest, we felt a bit bad eating white fish, surrounded by white fish. There was just one problem. A guest at the next table. He spoke really loudly and complained about everything. We couldn't find anything to complain about. It was the perfect honeymoon restaurant.
2. Hans. I booked online, of course. It's the only way you can book. And I went with my sons. They are 5 and 8 years old, and I thought they would like it a lot. They were very excited. They had the idea that the waiters were robots, so when we arrived and there was nobody there at all, they were a bit disappointed. But the whole place was amazing. It was like walking inside a computer, so the boys soon became excited again. We picked up a card and sat down at one of the big, round red tables. The boys loved the touch-screen TVs. They got the idea immediately and started choosing food from the pictures. While we were waiting, they were texting their mother to tell her how fantastic it all was. In just a few minutes, pots with our meals inside came flying down the spiral tubing in the middle of the table. The boys couldn't believe it. They were shouting with excitement. We all had steak and salad, and then the boys had baked bananas with ice cream and chocolate. It was delicious. There was an older lady sitting next to us. She was a bit confused, so we helped her. She said, "I think this is more for young people than people my age." Maybe she's right.
3. Lucy.
I was hungry when I arrived at the restaurant, but when I saw the crane, I forgot about being hungry. I was so frightened. The host, David, said, "Don't worry, it's 100% safe." Ha! I'm sure a few of the other guests felt like me. They looked very pale. Anyway, we sat down at this huge table, fastened our seatbelts, and up, up, up we went. I couldn't look down. Everyone was saying, "What a wonderful view!" But I just couldn't look. Then one of the waiters put a glass of wine in my hand, and I opened my eyes, and the view was amazing. People were waving to us from the ground. They probably thought we were mad. The weather was perfect, thank goodness, just a little breeze. I began to enjoy it. The other guests were all great fun. I didn't know anyone at the start, but I soon made some friends, and the food was good too, especially the prawns. The chef cooked them in front of us on a tiny cooker. But best of all was at the end, when everybody learnt my name, they started singing "Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds." No diamonds, but I was certainly in the sky. I was quite sorry when we came down to earth again.
Tape script 4.8.
A piece of paper.
A loaf of bread.
A bottle of beer.
A can of Coke.
A kilo of apples.
A litre of petrol.
A packet of chewing gum.
A pair of jeans.
A slice of cake.
A bunch of bananas. Tape script 4.9. Going shopping. 1.
Just this copy of the Times, please.
That's £1 exactly.
Sorry, I only have a £20 note.
No problem. I've got change.
Thanks. Oh, and can I have a packet of chewing gum as well?
OK, that's £1.79 now, please.
2.
Excuse me, how much is this pair of socks?
They're £4.60 a pair.
OK, can I have 2 pairs, please? Have you got any in blue?
I'm afraid they only come in grey and black.
Never mind. A black and a grey pair, please.
That's £9.20 altogether. How would you like to pay? 3.
Good morning. Can we have 2 double espressos and a latte, please?
What size latte?
Just medium, please. Oh, and 3 slices of chocolate cake. It looks delicious.
I'm afraid there are only 2 slices left, but the carrot cake's good too.
Okay. And 1 slice of carrot cake, then?
Certainly. That's £11.80. 4.
Can you help me? I need something for a very bad cold.
Yes, of course. Are you allergic to aspirin?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Take these 3 times a day.
Thank you.
Do you want a bottle or a pack?
I don't mind. A bottle's fine. And can I have 2 packets of tissues as well, please?
Sure. Anything else?
No, that's all. How much is that?
That's £5.40 altogether.
5. 5 cans of beer and 4 packets of crisps, please.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Well, you don't look 18.
He is 18.
And you look about 12. Have you got any ID?
Not with me, I haven't.
Then I can't sell you the beer.
Oh. OK, just the packets of crisps then, and 2 cans of Coke. 6.
Good morning. What can I get for you?
3... No, make that 4 slices of ham, please. Organic ham.
Okay. That's, 4 slices. Anything else?
Yes, can I have that large piece of cheese?
The cheddar?
That's right. How much is that?
£8.35.
Oh.
But you don't pay here. You pay at the checkout with your other goods.
Oh, okay. And can you tell me where the fruit and veg are?
They're on the first aisle over there.
Oh, thanks very much. I'm lost in this place. It's my first time, and it's huge.
Tape script 4.9. Going shopping. 1.
Just this copy of the Times, please.
That's £1 exactly.
Sorry, I only have a £20 note.
No problem. I've got change.
Thanks. Oh, and can I have a packet of chewing gum as well?
OK, that's £1.79 now, please.
2.
Excuse me, how much is this pair of socks?
They're £4.60 a pair.
OK, can I have 2 pairs, please? Have you got any in blue?
I'm afraid they only come in grey and black.
Never mind. A black and a grey pair, please.
That's £9.20 altogether. How would you like to pay? 3.
Good morning. Can we have 2 double espressos and a latte, please?
What size latte?
Just medium, please. Oh, and 3 slices of chocolate cake. It looks delicious.
I'm afraid there are only 2 slices left, but the carrot cake's good too.
Okay. And 1 slice of carrot cake, then?
Certainly. That's £11.80.
4.
Can you help me? I need something for a very bad cold.
Yes, of course. Are you allergic to aspirin?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Take these 3 times a day.
Thank you.
Do you want a bottle or a pack?
I don't mind. A bottle's fine. And can I have 2 packets of tissues as well, please?
Sure. Anything else?
No, that's all. How much is that?
That's £5.40 altogether.
5.
5 cans of beer and 4 packets of crisps, please.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Well, you don't look 18.
He is 18.
And you look about 12. Have you got any ID? Not with me, I haven't. Then I can't sell you the beer. Oh, OK, just the packets of crisps then, and 2 cans of Coke. 6.
Good morning. What can I get for you?
3... No, make that 4 slices of ham, please. Organic ham.
Okay. That's, 4 slices. Anything else?
Yes, can I have that large piece of cheese?
The cheddar?
That's right. How much is that?
£8.35.
Oh.
But you don't pay here. You pay at the checkout with your other goods.
Oh, okay. And can you tell me where the fruit and veg are?
They're on the first aisle over there.
Oh, thanks very much. I'm lost in this place. It's my first time, and it's huge.
Tape script 4.10. Friends for dinner. 1.
Would you like some more rice?
No, thanks. But could I have another piece of bread? Of course. Do you want white or brown?
2.
Could you pass the salt, please?
Yes, of course. Do you want the pepper too?
No, thanks. Just the salt.
3.
Can I have some water, please?
Do you want still or sparkling?
Just a glass of tap water is fine, thank you.
4.
Please, just help yourselves to the dessert.
We will. It looks fantastic. Did you make it yourself?
I did. It's my grandmother's recipe.
5.
Would anybody like some more ice cream?
No, but I'd love some more fruit. Is there any left?
There is a bit. It's all yours.
6.
How would you like your coffee?
Black, no sugar. Have you got any decaf?
No, sorry. I'm afraid not, but we've got decaf tea. Would that be okay?
7.
This is delicious. Would you mind giving me the recipe?
No, not at all. I got it online. I'll give you the website.
Thanks. I get lots of my recipes online too.
8.
Do you want some help with the washing up?
No, of course not. You're our guests.
Well, I hope you have a dishwasher. There's a lot.
Tape script 4.11. Polite requests with can and could. 1.
Can I have some apple juice, please?
Sorry, we haven't got any apple juice. Will orange juice do?
2. Could you tell me where Market Street is, please?
Sorry, I'm afraid I'm a stranger here myself.
3.
Can I see the menu, please?
Here you are. Today's specials are on the board over there. 4.
Could I use your iPad for a few minutes, please?
Eva's using it at the moment, but you can have it after her.
5.
Could you lend me £20, please?
I can lend you 10, but not 20.
6.
Can you take me to school, please?
Goodness, is that the time? We're going to be late. 7.
Can you help me with my homework, please?
Okay, but I'm not very good at maths.
8.
Could you give me a lift to the station, please?
Of course. What time's your train?
Tape script 4.12. Polite requests with would you mind?
Would you mind lending me £20? I'll pay you back tomorrow.
No, not at all. Is 20 enough?
Would you mind taking me to school, please? I missed the bus.
Not again. That's the 3rd time this week.
Would you mind helping me with my homework? I have no idea how to do it.
I don't mind helping you, but I'm not doing it for you.
Would you mind giving me a lift to the station? I've got a lot of heavy bags to carry.
Not at all. Are you ready to go now? Unit 5, Tape Script 5.1. Verb Patterns. Tom.
I'm 16 and I'm fed up with school and exams. I'd like to leave now and get a job, any job. I want to earn some money, but my mum and dad say that I can't leave school. They think I'll regret it later, but I don't think I will.
Abby.
I'm a student in my last year at university. I've got debts of nearly £25,000. I'm going to study hard for my exams because I hope to get a well-paid job. I hate owing so much money. I'm going for an interview next Friday. Wish me luck.
Kelly.
I'm a paramedic. I love my job, but it's very stressful. I'm looking forward to having a good break. We're going to Spain this summer. I'm planning to do nothing but read on the beach for 2 whole weeks.
Martin.
I work in IT. There's nothing I don't know about computers, but I need a change. I'm thinking of applying for another job with a company in New York. I saw it advertised online, and it looks like the job for me. I'd love to work there for a couple of years.
Alison.
I've got 3 kids under 7, and my husband works abroad a lot of the time. I enjoy looking after the kids, but I'd love to travel too. Sometimes I get fed up with staying at home all day. I'm looking forward to going back to work in a year or 2.
Bill.
I'm a retired newsagent, and I didn't have a day off for 40 years. Now I like sleeping late and planning holidays on the internet for me and my wife. I'm pretty good at using a computer. We're going on holiday to Tuscany next year, so I'm going to do an evening course in Italian.
Tom.
I'm 16 and I'm fed up with school and exams. I'd like to leave now and get a job, any job. I want to earn some money, but my mum and dad say that I can't leave school. They think I'll regret it later, but I don't think I will.
Abby.
I'm a student in my last year at university. I've got debts of nearly £25,000. I'm going to study hard for my exams because I hope to get a well-paid job. I hate owing so much money. I'm going for an interview next Friday. Wish me luck.
Kelly.
I'm a paramedic. I love my job, but it's very stressful. I'm looking forward to having a good break. We're going to Spain this summer. I'm planning to do nothing but read on the beach for 2 whole weeks.
Martin.
I work in IT. There's nothing I don't know about computers, but I need a change. I'm thinking of applying for another job with a company in New York. I saw it advertised online, and it looks like the job for me. I'd love to work there for a couple of years.
Alison.
I've got 3 kids under 7, and my husband works abroad a lot of the time. I enjoy looking after the kids, but I'd love to travel too. Sometimes I get fed up with staying at home all day. I'm looking forward to going back to work in a year or 2.
Bill.
I'm a retired newsagent, and I didn't have a day off for 40 years. Now I like sleeping late and planning holidays on the internet for me and my wife. I'm pretty good at using a computer. We're going on holiday to Tuscany next year, so I'm going to do an evening course in Italian.
Tape script 5.2. 1.
I want to work in Paris. I'd like to work in Paris.
2. We like going to Italy for our holidays. We're thinking of going to Italy for our holidays.
3. She can't leave work early tonight. 4.
I hope to see you again soon. I'd like to see you again soon.
5. He's good at playing sports games on the Wii. He enjoys playing sports games on the Wii. 6.
Are you good at learning foreign languages?
7.
We're looking forward to having a few days off soon.
8.
I'm fed up with doing housework. I hate doing housework.
Tape script 5.3. 1.
I enjoy working in Paris.
2.
We're hoping to go to Italy for our holidays.
3. She wants to leave work early tonight. She'd like to leave work early tonight. 4.
I'm looking forward to seeing you again soon.
5. He wants to play sports games on the Wii. 6.
Do you want to learn foreign languages? Do you like learning foreign languages?
7.
We're going to have a few days off soon. We'd love to have a few days off soon.
8.
I don't want to do housework.
Tape script 5.4. Making questions. 1.
I hope to go to university.
What do you want to study?
I'm going to study philosophy and politics. I'd like to be Prime Minister.
I think that's the worst job in the world. 2. One of my favourite hobbies is cooking.
Oh, what do you like making?
Well, I love baking cakes. All kinds of cakes.
Okay, can I have a huge chocolate cake for my birthday?
3.
I'm bored.
What would you like to do?
Nothing. I'm happy being bored.
Well, that's okay then.
4. I'm looking forward to the party.
Who are you hoping to see there?
No one special. I just like parties.
Me too.
5. We're planning our summer holidays.
Where are you thinking of going?
We want to go camping this year.
Oh, camping. I hate sleeping in tents.
Tape script 5.6. Have you got any plans? 1. Pete and Ben.
Hi, Pete. What are you doing this evening?
Hi, Ben. I'm meeting my brother for a drink. Would you like to come?
Sorry, I can't. I'm working late this evening. But, are you doing anything interesting this weekend?
Yes, I am. I'm going to stay with an old school friend. It's his birthday and he's having a party.
Are you going to have a party for your birthday?
Of course. I'm going to invite all my friends.
Great. I'll look forward to that. Hey, where are you going on holiday this year?
I'm going surfing for 2 weeks in Costa Rica. I'm really excited.
Wow, that sounds fantastic. I'm not going anywhere this year. I can't afford it.
Yeah, but that's 'cause you're saving to buy a flat.
I know. You can't have everything. Give my best to your brother. I'll see you later.
2. Debbie and Ella.
Hey, Debbie. It's the weekend. Are you doing anything interesting? No, I'm not. I'll give you a ring and maybe we can do something together. Sorry, I can't this weekend. I'm going on holiday on Saturday. Oh, lucky you. Where to? Greece, for a week. Where are you going this year? Oh, I can't decide.
Perhaps I'll go cycling in France again. Hey, are you back from holiday for my birthday on the 25th?
Yes, I am. Are you going to have a party?
I haven't thought about it. Maybe I'll just celebrate at home with a few friends.
Oh, nice idea. So, what about tonight? What are you doing this evening?
Nothing much. I think I'll just watch a DVD and order a pizza. Hey, why don't you come round and join me?
Okay, I'll do that. But I won't stay late. My plane leaves at 8 in the morning.
Tape script 5.7. Discussing grammar. 1.
Have you decided which university to apply for?
Oh, yes. I'm going to apply for Oxford.
Good luck. That's difficult to get into.
2.
I haven't got your mobile number.
Really? I'll text it to you right now.
Thanks. Do you have mine?
Yes, I think so. 3.
We don't have any fruit in the house.
I'm going shopping this afternoon. I'll get some apples.
Great. I'll give you the money for them.
4.
My bag is really heavy.
Give it to me. I'll carry it for you.
Thanks.
Oh, my goodness. What have you got in here? 5.
Tony's back from holiday.
Is he? I'll give him a ring.
I'm seeing him this evening. Do you want to come?
6. What are we having for supper?
I'm going to make spaghetti bolognese.
Not again. We had that twice last week. Tape script 5.8. What can you say? 1. Why are you looking forward to the weekend? 2.
I haven't got your brother's new address.
3. Mary says she hasn't seen you for months. 4.
Why are you dressed in old clothes?
5. Congratulations! I hear you've got a new job. 6.
Are you doing anything interesting after class?
Tape script 5.9. What can you say? 1. Why are you looking forward to the weekend?
Because I'm going to the theatre with friends.
2.
I haven't got your brother's new address.
Haven't you? I'll give it to you now. 3. Mary says she hasn't seen you for months.
I know. I'll call her this evening.
4.
Why are you dressed in old clothes?
Because I'm going to help my dad in the garden. 5. Congratulations! I hear you've got a new job. Yes, I'm going to work in New York. 6.
Are you doing anything interesting after class? No, I'm not. I'm just going home.
Tape script 5.10. Will you, won't you? 1. I think you'll pass your driving test. You won't fail again. It's your 4th time. 2. I think my team will win. They won't lose this time. They've got a new manager. 3.
I think it'll be warm today. You won't need your jumper. Just take a t-shirt.
4.
I think I'll join a gym. I won't go on a diet. I like my food too much.
5.
I think they'll get divorced. They won't stay together. They argue all the time.
6. I think I'll go by train. I won't fly. I hate flying. Tape script 5.11. The 20-somethings. Leo, aged 28.
I had a real shock the other day. My little nephew, he's 6, said to me, "Uncle Leo, when you were a little boy, did they have telephones?" I couldn't believe it. I said, "Of course we had telephones. How old do you think I am?" Then he said, "But did you have mobile phones?" And I thought, did we? I can't remember life without mobile phones, but in fact, I think I was about 8 when my dad got one. "Yeah," I said, "when I was 8. "Aha," said my nephew, "I knew it. You are old." I didn't like hearing that. I'm 28, and I don't feel grown up at all. I have a great life, a good job, lots of friends. I go out with them most nights. I go to the gym every morning. I'm going to buy a flat by the river next year. Maybe when I'm in my 30s, I'll get married and start a family.
Elsa, aged 26.
I finished university and I started training to be a lawyer. I was earning good money, and in many ways I had a good life, but the more I studied law, the more I hated it. I was bored and miserable. So I decided to give it all up and go travelling. I was away for a year. I went to Australia, New Zealand, North and South America. It was fantastic, but then I arrived back home. I was now 24 and with no money, no job, and nowhere to live. I moved back with Mum and Dad. They're wonderful. They don't make me pay rent, but oh dear, it's like being a little girl again. At the moment, I'm working as a waitress, just to make a bit of money. And my dad keeps asking, "When are you going to find a real job?" And Mum says, "When I was your age, I was married with 2 children." Married with kids? I don't feel old enough for that. I've got a boyfriend, but we're not thinking of getting married. Maybe I'll train to be a teacher. Now that's a real job.
Dan, aged 24. When I left home at 18, I thought that was it. Goodbye, Mum and Dad. Now, 6 years later, I'm back. My college days were great. I worked hard and played hard, but I left with huge debts, over £15,000. I thought, no problem, I'll just get a job and pay it back. I moved into a flat with some friends and I was lucky. I got a job pretty quickly. But I want to be a journalist, and the only way is to begin at the bottom. I'm a very junior reporter for a small local newspaper. I love working there, but I only earn £16,000 a year. I couldn't afford the rent for the flat, so here I am, back with Mum and Dad. They call us the boomerang kids. You know, kids who grow up, leave home, and then move back again. Lots of my friends are doing the same. My girlfriend is back with her mum too. One day, we're hoping to marry and get a place of our own, but that probably won't be for a few years. You can't grow up when you're still at home with your parents. I'm fed up. Tape script 5.11. The 20-somethings. Leo, aged 28.
I had a real shock the other day. My little nephew, he's 6, said to me, "Uncle Leo, when you were a little boy, did they have telephones?" I couldn't believe it. I said, "Of course we had telephones. How old do you think I am?" Then he said, "But did you have mobile phones?" And I thought, did we? I can't remember life without mobile phones, but in fact, I think I was about 8 when my dad got one. "Yeah," I said, "when I was 8. "Aha," said my nephew, "I knew it. You are old." I didn't like hearing that. I'm 28, and I don't feel grown up at all. I have a great life, a good job, lots of friends. I go out with them most nights. I go to the gym every morning. I'm going to buy a flat by the river next year. Maybe when I'm in my 30s, I'll get married and start a family.
Elsa, aged 26.
I finished university and I started training to be a lawyer. I was earning good money, and in many ways I had a good life, but the more I studied law, the more I hated it. I was bored and miserable. So I decided to give it all up and go travelling. I was away for a year. I went to Australia, New Zealand, North and South America. It was fantastic, but then I arrived back home. I was now 24 and with no money, no job, and nowhere to live. I moved back with Mum and Dad. They're wonderful. They don't make me pay rent, but oh dear, it's like being a little girl again. At the moment, I'm working as a waitress, just to make a bit of money, and my dad keeps asking, when are you going to find a real job? And Mum says, when I was your age, I was married with 2 children. Married with kids? I don't feel old enough for that. I've got a boyfriend, but we're not thinking of getting married. Maybe I'll train to be a teacher. Now that's a real job.
Dan, aged 24. When I left home at 18, I thought that was it. Goodbye, Mum and Dad. Now, 6 years later, I'm back. My college days were great. I worked hard and played hard, but I left with huge debts, over £15,000. I thought, no problem, I'll just get a job and pay it back. I moved into a flat with some friends and I was lucky. I got a job pretty quickly. But I want to be a journalist, and the only way is to begin at the bottom. I'm a very junior reporter for a small local newspaper. I love working there, but I only earn £16,000 a year. I couldn't afford the rent for the flat, so here I am, back with Mum and Dad. They call us the boomerang kids. You know, kids who grow up, leave home, and then move back again. Lots of my friends are doing the same. My girlfriend is back with her mum too. One day, we're hoping to marry and get a place of our own, but that probably won't be for a few years. You can't grow up when you're still at home with your parents. I'm fed up. Tape script 5.12. An interview with Polina Janachkina.
Today I'm talking to Polina Janachkina. Polina, it's nice to meet you. Can I ask you some questions?
Of course.
I hear that you call yourself the girl with 2 families. Why is that?
Well, I have my family back home in the Ukraine and my family here in Ireland.
Where exactly do you come from?
I come from the village of Polesi, not far from Chernobyl. I was born in 1988, just 2 years after the nuclear accident there. It was a terrible time for us.
I can understand that. What happened to your family?
My parents are farmers, and after the accident, they couldn't sell any of their produce. No one wanted to buy our meats or vegetables. We were very poor and ill, like many people in the village.
How awful. How miserable for you all.
But I was lucky. I had the chance to go to Ireland for a holiday, and that was when I met my second family. I loved staying with them. They were so kind to me. They looked after me so well.
Your English is excellent now. Did you speak English then?
Not a word. But I soon learned, especially from the children. I got on really well with them.
So you picked up English bit by bit?
I had some lessons too, and I came back to Ireland many times.
What are you doing now?
I'm studying here in Ireland. My wonderful Irish family are paying for my studies. I'm hoping to become a doctor one day and return to my village to help the people there. That's my big hope for the future.
Well, I'm sure you'll do that one day. Thank you, Polina. I've enjoyed talking to you. Tape script 5.13. Talking about you. 1. Where did you grow up? Do you still live in the same house? 2. How do you get on with your parents? 3. Do you ever fall out with your friends and stop speaking to them? 4. Would you like to be a doctor or nurse and look after people? 5. Are you good at picking up foreign languages? 6. Do you look up lots of words in your dictionary? Tape script 5.14. Expressing doubt and certainty. 1.
Do you think Tom will pass his exams?
I doubt it. He's fed up with school.
I know. He has no chance at all. He wants to leave and get a job.
2.
Does Martin earn a lot of money?
Yes, absolutely. He earns a fortune.
I'm not sure. He wants to change his job. 3. Are England going to win the World Cup?
They might do. Anything's possible, but I think it's very unlikely.
Absolutely. I don't think they have a chance. Tape script 5.14. Expressing doubt and certainty. 1.
Do you think Tom will pass his exams?
I doubt it. He's fed up with school.
I know. He has no chance at all. He wants to leave and get a job.
2.
Does Martin earn a lot of money?
Yes, absolutely. He earns a fortune.
I'm not sure. He wants to change his job. 3. Are England going to win the World Cup?
They might do. Anything's possible, but I think it's very unlikely.
Absolutely. I don't think they have a chance. Tape script 5.15. 1.
Kelly's job is really stressful, isn't it?
Absolutely. She's a paramedic.
Is she having a holiday soon?
I think so. She says she might go to Spain.
2.
Isn't it Rob's birthday next week?
Yes, definitely. It's on the 21st.
So he's a Capricorn?
No, I don't think so. I think he's an Aquarius. 3. Do you think Anita and Paul are in love?
Definitely. They're going to get married next June in Hawaii.
Hawaii? Are you going to the wedding?
No chance. I can't afford it.
Tape script 5.16. What's your opinion? 1.
Did Leo Tolstoy write War and Peace?
Definitely. He wrote it in 1869.
2.
Is Nicole Kidman American?
I don't think so. I think she's Australian. 3.
Was Sherlock Holmes a real person?
Definitely not. He's from a book by a writer called Conan Doyle.
4. Is the population of China more than 2 billion?
It might be. I don't know. It's definitely more than 1 billion.
5.
Do some vegetarians eat fish?
I think so. I have a friend who's vegetarian, and she eats fish. 6.
Is the weather going to be nice next weekend?
I doubt it. It's cold and wet today. 7.
Are you going to be rich and famous one day?
No chance. I'd like to be a bit richer than now, but I wouldn't like to be famous. 8.
Is your school the best in town?
Absolutely. It's definitely the best. Unit 6, Tape Script 6.1. Questions about Mia. 1. Do you like Mia?
Yes, I do. I like her a lot.
2.
How's Mia?
She's fine, thanks. Very well. 3.
What's Mia like?
She's really nice, very friendly.
4. What does Mia look like?
She's tall, and she's got brown eyes and black hair.
Tape script 6.2. 1.
What's your teacher like?
She's great. She helps us a lot. 2.
What sports do you like?
Cycling and skiing.
3. What does your brother look like?
He's got blonde hair and blue eyes.
4. Do you like pizza?
I love it.
5.
What's the weather like today?
Lovely, warm and sunny.
6. How are your parents?
They're okay, busy as usual.
Tape script 6.3. What's it like? What's Shanghai like?
It's very big and noisy, but it's very exciting.
What's the food like?
It's the best in the world. I just love Chinese food.
What are the people like?
They're very friendly, and they really want to do business.
What was the weather like?
When I was there, it was hot and humid.
What are the buildings like?
There are new buildings everywhere, but if you look hard, you can still find some older ones too.
Tape script 6.4. Singapore, Shanghai, and Dubai. What did you think of Singapore? What's it like?
Well, Singapore is very old. It's older than Shanghai, but it's a lot smaller. Shanghai has a population of 20 million, and it's enormous. Shanghai is much bigger than Singapore, and it's much noisier too.
Oh, okay. What about business? What's it like to do business in these places?
Well, they're both top financial centres, but Singapore is more important. It's better for investment.
Oh, right. And the buildings? Are they all new?
Yeah, there are a lot of new buildings in Shanghai, so it's more modern than Singapore, but it isn't as cosmopolitan. Half the population of Singapore are foreigners.
Wow, really? What about Dubai? What's that like?
Dubai is the newest and youngest city, and it's the most modern. I like it because it has a can-do feel to it.
What about the climate in these places? What was the weather like?
It's interesting. Singapore is very near the equator, so it's a lot hotter than Shanghai. But it isn't as hot as Dubai. Dubai is the hottest place. When I was there, the temperature was over 40 degrees.
Wow, that's incredible.
Singapore is very humid, so it's wetter than Shanghai. But Dubai is the driest. It only rains for a few days a year.
Where did you like most of all? Where was best for you?
For me, Shanghai is the best, because it's the busiest and the most exciting. There are so many things to do. The best restaurants, theatres, shops. It's got everything.
Tape script 6.4. Singapore, Shanghai, and Dubai. What did you think of Singapore? What's it like?
Well, Singapore is very old. It's older than Shanghai, but it's a lot smaller. Shanghai has a population of 20 million, and it's enormous. Shanghai is much bigger than Singapore, and it's much noisier too.
Oh, okay. What about business? What's it like to do business in these places?
Well, they're both top financial centres, but Singapore is more important. It's better for investment.
Oh, right. And the buildings? Are they all new?
Yeah, there are a lot of new buildings in Shanghai, so it's more modern than Singapore, but it isn't as cosmopolitan. Half the population of Singapore are foreigners.
Wow, really? What about Dubai? What's that like?
Dubai is the newest and youngest city, and it's the most modern. I like it because it has a can-do feel to it.
What about the climate in these places? What was the weather like?
It's interesting. Singapore is very near the equator, so it's a lot hotter than Shanghai. But it isn't as hot as Dubai. Dubai is the hottest place. When I was there, the temperature was over 40 degrees.
Wow, that's incredible.
Singapore is very humid, so it's wetter than Shanghai. But Dubai is the driest. It only rains for a few days a year.
Where did you like most of all? Where was best for you?
For me, Shanghai is the best, because it's the busiest and the most exciting. There are so many things to do. The best restaurants, theatres, shops. It's got everything.
Tape script 6.5. Pronunciation.
I'm older than Jane. But I'm not as old as John. He's the oldest.
Tape script 6.6. Ben and me.
Who's cleverer, you or Ben?
Me, of course. I'm much cleverer than Ben. He isn't nearly as clever as me. Tape script 6.7.
Who's kinder, you or Ben?
Me, of course. I'm much kinder than Ben. He isn't nearly as kind as me.
Who's funnier, you or Ben?
Me, of course. I'm much funnier than Ben. He isn't nearly as funny as me.
Who's better looking, you or Ben?
Me, of course. I'm a lot better looking than Ben. He isn't nearly as good looking as me.
Who's more ambitious, you or Ben?
Me, of course. I'm much more ambitious than Ben. He isn't nearly as ambitious as me. Tape script 6.8. Me and my family. Sally.
Well, I'm very like my mum. We're interested in the same kind of things, and we can talk forever. We like the same films and the same books. I look like my mum too. We have the same hair, the same eyes. And she's the same size as me, so I can wear her clothes. My sister's a bit older than me. Her name's Lena. We're quite different. She's very tidy and I'm messy. She's much tidier than me. And she's very ambitious. She wants to be a doctor. I'm a lot lazier. I don't know what I want to do.
Jamie. I'm not really like my mum or my dad, but I'm a twin. I've got a twin brother called Rob, and we look a lot like each other. He's just a bit darker than me. I've got blonder hair. His is more kind of fair. But people are always mixing us up. People come up to me and say hello and start a conversation, and I have no idea who they are. It's quite funny. I just say, yeah, or really? We're very similar in character. We both love art and theatre and books, but he's a bit moody and quiet. I'm a lot noisier. I guess he's quite shy. Oh, and I'm definitely cleverer than him. Rachel.
People say I'm like my father. Not sure about that. We do look the same. We're both quite tall, and I suppose our faces are similar. But my father's a very selfish man, and I hope I'm different from him. I hope I'm a bit kinder. He doesn't talk much. He isn't very cheerful. I'm a lot happier than him. He doesn't sound very nice, does he? He's okay, but there are things about him that I really don't like. I have a sister, Jenny, and we do everything together. I love her to bits, but she's prettier than me and thinner than me, so I hate her.
Tape script 6.8. Me and my family. Sally.
Well, I'm very like my mum. We're interested in the same kind of things, and we can talk forever. We like the same films and the same books. I look like my mum too. We have the same hair, the same eyes. And she's the same size as me, so I can wear her clothes. My sister's a bit older than me. Her name's Lena. We're quite different. She's very tidy and I'm messy. She's much tidier than me. And she's very ambitious. She wants to be a doctor. I'm a lot lazier. I don't know what I want to do.
Jamie.
I'm not really like my mum or my dad, but I'm a twin. I've got a twin brother called Rob, and we look a lot like each other. He's just a bit darker than me. I've got blonder hair. His is more kind of fair. But people are always mixing us up. People come up to me and say hello and start a conversation, and I have no idea who they are. It's quite funny. I just say, yeah, or really? We're very similar in character. We both love art and theatre and books, but he's a bit moody and quiet. I'm a lot noisier. I guess he's quite shy. Oh, and I'm definitely cleverer than him.
Rachel.
People say I'm like my father. Not sure about that. We do look the same. We're both quite tall, and I suppose our faces are similar. But my father's a very selfish man, and I hope I'm different from him. I hope I'm a bit kinder. He doesn't talk much. He isn't very cheerful. I'm a lot happier than him. He doesn't sound very nice, does he? He's okay, but there are things about him that I really don't like. I have a sister, Jenny, and we do everything together. I love her to bits, but she's prettier than me and thinner than me, so I hate her.
Tape script 6.9. Synonyms. 1.
Jane comes from a very rich family.
Really? I knew her uncle was very wealthy. They have a house in the south of France, don't they?
2.
Was Sophie angry when you were late?
Yeah, she was pretty annoyed, it's true. She shouted for a bit, then she calmed down. 3.
Jack's such an intelligent boy.
He's very clever for a 10-year-old. He has some interesting things to say as well. 4.
I've had enough of winter now.
I know. I'm fed up with all these dark nights. I need some sunshine. 5. Dave and Sarah's flat is small, isn't it?
It's tiny. I don't know how they live there. It's only big enough for one person.
6. Are you happy with your new car?
Yes, I'm very pleased with it. It goes really well, and it's much more reliable than my old one.
Tape script 6.10. Antonyms. 1.
That man was so rude to me.
Yes, he wasn't very polite, was he?
2.
Some people are so stupid.
Well, not everyone's as clever as you. 3. Dave's flat is always so dirty.
It isn't very clean, is it?
4.
His wife always looks so miserable.
Yeah, she never looks very happy, does she? 5.
Their children are so naughty.
Yes, they aren't very well behaved, are they? 6. This lesson is boring.
True, it isn't very interesting. I can't wait for it to end.
Tape script 6.11. What's on? 1.
What shall we do today?
I'm not sure. How about going to the cinema?
I don't really feel like seeing a film. 2.
OK. Would you like to go to an exhibition?
That sounds interesting. What's on?
Well, there's a Van Gogh exhibition.
Is it any good?
I think it looks really good.
3.
Where is it on?
It's on at the Royal Academy.
Ah. What's the nearest underground?
Piccadilly Circus?
How much is it?
It's £12 and £8 for students.
Oh. What time is it open?
From 10 till 6.
Right. Good idea. Let's go. Unit 7, Tape Script 7.1. John.
Hi, I'm John. I live in London. I have a flat in Dean Street, Soho. I've lived here for 3 years. I'm a press photographer. I've worked for the London Gazette since 2010. My wife's name is Faye. We've been married for 2 years. We met at university. Faye's a receptionist at the Ritz Hotel. I get around town on a motorbike. I've had it since I was 25. Faye goes by bus. We don't have any children yet.
Tape Script 7.2. Questions and answers. 1.
How long has he lived in the flat?
John has lived in the flat for 3 years. 2.
How long did he live in the flat?
Karl Marx lived in the flat for 5 years. 3.
Where does he work?
John works for the London Gazette. 4.
How long has he worked there?
John has worked there since 2010. 5.
What was his job in London?
Karl Marx was a foreign correspondent for an American newspaper. 6.
Which newspaper did he write for?
Karl Marx wrote for the New York Daily Tribune. 7.
How long has he been married?
John has been married for 2 years. 8.
How long was he married?
Karl Marx was married for 38 years. Tape Script 7.3. For or since. 1.
I've known John for 3 years. We met at university.
2.
I last went to the cinema 2 weeks ago. The film was really boring.
3.
I've had this watch since I was a child. My grandpa gave it to me.
4. I lived in New York from 2005 to 2007. I had a great time there. 5.
I've lived in this house since 2008. It's got a beautiful garden.
6.
We last had a holiday 2 years ago. We went to Spain.
7.
I haven't seen you for ages. What have you been up to?
8. We haven't had a break for over an hour. I really need a coffee. Tape Script 7.4. Asking questions. Where do you live, Susan?
In a flat near the town centre.
How long have you lived there?
For 3 years.
Why did you move there?
Because we wanted to be in a nicer area.
Tape Script 7.5. 1.
What do you do?
I work for an international company.
How long have you worked there?
For 2 years.
What did you do before that?
I worked for a charity. 2. Do you know Dave Brown?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known him?
For 5 or 6 years.
Where did you meet him?
We were at university together.
Tape Script 7.6.
Frieda Hoffmann, archaeologist and writer.
Frieda Hoffmann was born in Germany, but she has lived most of her life abroad. She has a passion for history and ancient civilizations. Her greatest love is Africa, and she has written several books about ancient Egypt. Frieda, You've travelled a lot in your lifetime. Which countries have you been to?
Well, I've been to a lot of countries in Africa and Asia, but I've never been to South America.
When did you first go abroad?
When I was 6, my family moved to England.
Why did you move there?
Because my father got a job as professor of history at Cambridge University.
Have you always been interested in archaeology?
Yes, I have. When I was 10, there was an exhibition of Tutankhamun, the Egyptian king, in London. My father took me to see it, and I was fascinated. After that, I knew that I wanted to go to Egypt and be an archaeologist.
How many times have you been to Egypt?
20 times at least. I go as often as I can.
Have you ever discovered anything?
Yes, I've made some very important discoveries. I was the leader of a team that discovered some ancient tombs near Cairo.
You've written books about Egypt, haven't you? How many books have you written?
I've written 3 about the pharaohs, and I've written a book about a journey I made from Cairo to Cape Town.
How did you travel? By train? By car?
In a Land Rover, of course.
In all your travels, have you ever been in any dangerous situations?
Oh, goodness, yes. I've often been in danger. But in situations like that, you learn so much about yourself.
Tape script 7.7. 1. You moved to England when you were 6. Do you go back to Germany much?
No, I don't. I've been back a few times to visit relatives, but I've never lived there again. I feel more English than German now.
2. What did you study at university?
I studied ancient history at Cambridge.
Did you enjoy it?
Yes, I did. The course was amazing, and Cambridge was a great place to live.
3. Have you ever had an ordinary job?
Of course I have. I've done all sorts of things. After university, I didn't have any money.
So what did you do?
I worked in a restaurant. I hated it.
Why didn't you like it?
Because the hours were so long, and the people I was working with were horrible.
4. You said you've often been in danger. What's the most dangerous situation you've ever been in?
Well, I had a very bad car crash in Cairo. I was seriously injured and broke several bones. I spent 3 months in hospital. I was very lucky. I nearly died.
Tape script 7.8. Word endings.
Photographer, receptionist, scientist, farmer, artist, politician, musician, accountant, decorator, actor, interpreter, librarian, electrician, lawyer.
Tape script 7.9. Word stress. 2-syllabled nouns and adjectives. Nouns. Danger. Kindness. Critic. Artist. Difference. Adjectives. Dangerous. Healthy. Friendly. Famous. Different. 2-syllabled verbs. Invite. Explain. discuss, employ, decide, compete. Nouns ending in shun. Invitation, explanation, competition, ambition, decision. Tape script 7.10. David Taylor Buse.
I come from Newcastle in England, but now I live in Perth, Australia. I've been here nearly 10 years. My wife, Jodie, is Australian, and our children, Russell and Alice, were born here. Alice is named after my grandmother, her great-grandmother, Alice Buse. She's 89 now and still lives in Newcastle. Lately, I've become really interested in my family history back in the UK. I've started speaking to my grandmother about it. I've found out that she was the youngest of 9 children and the only one to have been born in England. Her 8 brothers and sisters were all born in Scotland. They came from the very north of Scotland, from some islands called the Orkneys. They worked there as farmers over 100 years ago. My grandmother told me that hundreds of years before that, our family's ancestors were actually Norwegian. They came over to Scotland in the 9th century. She says that's why we all have blonde hair in our family. Anyway, it became more and more difficult for my great-grandparents to make a living farming, so they travelled south. They finally arrived in the north of England, in Newcastle, with their 8 children. Alice was born soon after they arrived.
Tape script 7.11. Talking to Grandma.
So, Grandma, your parents were both born in the Orkney Islands, is that right?
Yes. My mother was called Jane. She grew up there, and she married when she was just 17.
And you were her 9th child?
Yes. I was the only one born in England. Times were really hard for my mother. You see, my father died when I was 3. I can't remember him at all.
So what did your mother do?
She worked as a cleaner and a dressmaker.
She had 2 jobs and a big family.
Oh, yes. She was an amazing lady. But my 2 eldest brothers, they got work in the shipyard, so that helped too. All my brothers and sisters have died now. I'm the only one left.
I know. Did you marry young, Grandma?
Oh, no. I didn't marry until I was 22.
That's still young.
It wasn't unusual in those days. And I had only 3 children.
But now you have lots of grandchildren and great-grandchildren.
I do. They live all over the world, not just in Australia.
I know. I have cousins in New Zealand and America. But Cousin Peter still lives near you, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. He helps me keep in touch with you all with this Skype thing.
Yeah, this Skype is amazing, isn't it?
Oh, yes. I love it. I talk to all my grandchildren, and I've seen all my great-grandchildren. I email sometimes too. Email, Skype and texting. It's all really wonderful, isn't it?
It is, Grandma. It's just great talking to you. I've got lots more questions for next time.
Tape script 7.12. Question tags.
It's really wonderful, isn't it? You come from Scotland, don't you? Life wasn't easy then, was it? You've lived in England for years, haven't you?
Tape script 7.13. It's a lovely day, isn't it? 1.
It's a lovely day, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Beautiful.
We all love days like this, don't we?
We certainly do. 2.
Mummy, our cat isn't very big, is she?
No, she isn't. She's just a kitten.
And she loves fish, doesn't she?
She does. It's her favourite food.
3.
We had such a good holiday, didn't we?
We did. We had a great time.
And it wasn't too expensive, was it?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't expensive at all.
4.
The baby looks just like her mother, doesn't she?
Uh-huh. Same blue eyes, same nose.
But she's got her father's blonde hair, hasn't she?
Yes, she's very fair. Tape script 7.14. 1. It was a great party last night, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I really enjoyed it.
2.
Dave knows everything about computers, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. He can fix them and program them. 3. You went to school with my brother, didn't you?
Yes, I did. We were really good friends.
4. Learning a language isn't easy, is it?
No, it isn't. It needs a lot of practice and patience.
5.
Our English has improved a lot, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. We're all much better now. 6. We haven't had a break for ages, have we?
No, we haven't. It's time for one right now.
Unit 8, Tape Script 8.1. Interview with Tilly Parkins.
Tilly, I'm sure you have to be very fit and strong to go climbing. How often do you have to train?
I don't have to train every day, just 2 or 3 times a week. That's enough. I go to the gym. At the weekend, I try to get out of the city onto rock, but sometimes I have to work at the hospital.
What do you do at the hospital?
I'm a cardiac technologist. I help doctors treat people with heart diseases.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. The photograph of Moon Hill Crag is amazing. Was it a difficult climb?
Difficult and very beautiful.
I can see that. It's like a painting. What time of day was it?
It was just after dawn. I had to climb very early in the morning. You can't climb later in the day. It's too hot, over 35 degrees Celsius.
Who took the photograph?
A brilliant sports photographer called Adam Pretty.
He's a brave man.
Oh, he didn't have to climb with me. He took the photo from a nearby tourist spot.
Wise man. Rock climbing is such a dangerous sport, and you've climbed in some of the most difficult places in the world. Why do you do it?
It's what I love doing. It's my life. It's who I am.
Tape Script 8.1. Interview with Tilly Parkins.
Tilly, I'm sure you have to be very fit and strong to go climbing. How often do you have to train?
I don't have to train every day, just 2 or 3 times a week. That's enough. I go to the gym. At the weekend, I try to get out of the city onto rock, but sometimes I have to work at the hospital.
What do you do at the hospital?
I'm a cardiac technologist. I help doctors treat people with heart diseases.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. The photograph of Moon Hill Crag is amazing. Was it a difficult climb?
Difficult and very beautiful.
I can see that. It's like a painting. What time of day was it?
It was just after dawn. I had to climb very early in the morning. You can't climb later in the day. It's too hot, over 35 degrees Celsius.
Who took the photograph?
A brilliant sports photographer called Adam Pretty.
He's a brave man.
Oh, he didn't have to climb with me. He took the photo from a nearby tourist spot.
Wise man. Rock climbing is such a dangerous sport, and you've climbed in some of the most difficult places in the world. Why do you do it?
It's what I love doing. It's my life. It's who I am.
Tape Script 8.2. 1.
How often does she have to train?
2 or 3 times a week?
2.
Does she have to work at weekends?
Yes, she does sometimes.
3.
Why did she have to climb Moon Hill Crag just after dawn?
Because later it gets too hot and you can't climb in the heat.
4.
Did Adam have to climb the rock?
No, he didn't. He took the photo from a tourist spot.
Tape Script 8.3. Pronunciation. 1.
I have a good job. I have to work hard.
2.
He has a nice camera. She has to train a lot.
3.
We had a good time. We had to get up early.
Tape script 8.4. Advice from Annie.
Dear Mark, good preparation is the answer. You must prepare well and practice a lot. The first 30 seconds are the most important. You should begin with a personal story. It will relax you and the audience. You should write your speech down, but I don't think you should read it aloud to the group. Just make notes to help you remember it. For more help, you should visit speechtips.com. Dear Paula, more and more people worldwide have become addicted to this. He must get professional help, but this is difficult because he won't accept that he has a problem. I think you should show him this letter and visit the website olganon.org. Tell him firmly that he must change his ways or he'll lose his wife and family. Talk to all your friends and family about the problem. You shouldn't suffer alone. Dear Billy, these feelings are very common between brothers and sisters. I'm sure your parents love you and your brother just the same, so you shouldn't worry about this. When you're older, you'll get your own phone and your own clothes. You must talk to your parents about how you feel. And you shouldn't feel jealous of your brother. He's older than you, that's all. Dear Tracy, the fact is that to get to the top in sport, you have to train very hard indeed. You should talk to someone else about your doubts. I don't think you should listen to just your friends. You should explain how you feel to your coach and your mother. However, in the end, the decision is yours and yours alone. You must decide your own future.
Tape script 8.5. Giving advice. 1.
I can't sleep at night.
You must do more exercise during the day. Why don't you walk to work? And you shouldn't drink so much coffee just before bedtime.
2. I don't like my brother's new girlfriend.
I don't think you should tell your brother. I think you should try to find some good things about her.
3.
I've got an important exam tomorrow, and I'm really nervous.
I don't think you should study any more today. You must get a good night's sleep tonight. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll pass, and if you don't, it's not the end of the world. 4.
A boy in my class is bullying me. You must tell your teacher, or ask your mum to talk to the teacher.
5.
I'm hopeless at all sports. You shouldn't worry about that. Lots of people aren't very sporty. Think about all the things you are good at.
6.
I fell over and I think I've twisted my ankle.
Ooh, it looks bad. You must go to the doctor, or better still, A&E, and ask for an X-ray. I'll drive you. I don't think you should walk on it.
7.
My computer's behaving very strangely.
Mine does that all the time. You should do what I do. Turn it off, wait a while, then turn it on again. It's the only thing that ever works for me. 8. My car's making a funny noise.
It sounds bad. You shouldn't drive it. You must ring the garage.
Tape script 8.6. Jessica Ennis, Britain's first world heptathlon champion.
Nice to meet you, Jessica.
Congratulations on your gold medal at the World Athletic Championships in Berlin.
Thank you very much.
You won in Berlin, but I know that just a couple of years ago you injured your ankle very badly. Were you worried that your sporting career was over?
Yes, I was very worried. I missed the Olympics in China and I had to work hard with physios and doctors for 9 months, but now I'm fine.
You're obviously a very determined girl.
Yeah, my mum always said that from a young age I was very determined. I knew what I wanted.
Is your mum a big influence in your life?
Yes, she is. She works for a charity. She helps people with drug problems. You have to have a lot of patience for that. My mum's got that. My dad's a painter and decorator. He was born in Jamaica. He moved here when he was 13.
I can see your parents are important to you. I'm sure you have a good coach too.
Yes, Tony Minichiello. He's a really good coach, but we often fight.
You fight?
Well, we do spend a lot of time together. He's always saying, come on, you must be more aggressive. And I'm not really like that. He says that I must only think about athletics. He didn't even want me to get a dog.
Oh, did you get a dog?
Oh, yeah. I have a beautiful chocolate Labrador called Mila.
So, do you think that you should have other interests, not just athletics?
Yeah, but when I'm competing, I go into my own little world. I don't see my boyfriend.
You have a boyfriend?
Yeah, Andy. I only spoke to him once on the phone when I was in Berlin. I had to concentrate on competing. I know I won in Berlin, but I can still improve. I have to work on my long jump and javelin, and I know I can run more quickly. It's the small things that make a difference in the end.
I hope you have time to feel proud of being world champion.
Oh, yes. I keep my medal by my bed, and when I look at it, I think, oh my goodness, I won. I'm world champion. Sometimes I can't believe it.
It's a fantastic achievement. Well done, and good luck in the next Olympics.
Thank you.
Tape script 8.6. Jessica Ennis, Britain's first world heptathlon champion.
Nice to meet you, Jessica. Congratulations on your gold medal at the World Athletic Championships in Berlin.
Thank you very much.
You won in Berlin, but I know that just a couple of years ago you injured your ankle very badly. Were you worried that your sporting career was over?
Yes, I was very worried. I missed the Olympics in China and I had to work hard with physios and doctors for 9 months, but now I'm fine.
You're obviously a very determined girl.
Yeah, my mum always said that from a young age I was very determined. I knew what I wanted.
Is your mum a big influence in your life?
Yes, she is. She works for a charity. She helps people with drug problems. You have to have a lot of patience for that. My mum's got that. My dad's a painter and decorator. He was born in Jamaica. He moved here when he was 13.
I can see your parents are important to you. I'm sure you have a good coach too.
Yes, Tony Minichiello. He's a really good coach, but we often fight.
You fight?
Well, we do spend a lot of time together. He's always saying, come on, you must be more aggressive. And I'm not really like that. He says that I must only think about athletics. He didn't even want me to get a dog.
Oh, did you get a dog?
Oh, yeah. I have a beautiful chocolate Labrador called Mila.
So, do you think that you should have other interests, not just athletics?
Yeah, but when I'm competing, I go into my own little world. I don't see my boyfriend.
You have a boyfriend?
Yeah, Andy. I only spoke to him once on the phone when I was in Berlin. I had to concentrate on competing. I know I won in Berlin, but I can still improve. I have to work on my long jump and javelin, and I know I can run more quickly. It's the small things that make a difference in the end.
I hope you have time to feel proud of being world champion.
Oh, yes. I keep my medal by my bed, and when I look at it, I think, oh My goodness, I won. I'm world champion. Sometimes I can't believe it.
It's a fantastic achievement. Well done, and good luck in the next Olympics.
Thank you.
Tape script 8.7 Brothers and Sisters 1. David.
I'm one of 3 brothers. I'm the middle one. There was just Mark, my older brother, and me for years. I liked that. I liked being the baby. But then Rob was born when I was 7, and I was so jealous. I thought he was our mum's favourite. We had lots of fights as kids, but now it's great. I'd like to have at least 3 kids. 3 boys like us would be great.
2. A girl called Peter.
My mum and dad called me Peter when I was born because they wanted a boy. Then they had 4 boys after me. I don't like being the eldest of so many boys, and I don't like my name. I'm going to change it to Petra when I'm 18. I quite like the baby, Henry. He's everybody's favourite. But I hate the others. They're annoying and very boring. All they do is play noisy computer games and talk about football. I don't want any children when I grow up. Well, maybe one daughter.
3. Stuart.
I'm an only child. My mum and dad divorced when I was just 3 years old, so I grew up with just my mum. I love my mum, but I didn't like the situation. I was her whole world. This was difficult for me. Then, when I was 13, she married again, and that was difficult too. It took me a long time to get on with my stepdad. He's really nice, but I was jealous of him for years. I've just got married. My wife's an only child too, and we both definitely want to have lots of children.
Tape script 8.8 Symptoms and diagnoses.
I can't stop coughing and blowing my nose.
You've got a cold.
I've got a fever and my whole body aches.
You've got flu. It hurts when I walk on it.
You've got a twisted ankle. I keep going to the toilet.
You've got diarrhea. My glands are swollen and it hurts when I swallow.
You've got a sore throat. I keep being sick and I've got terrible diarrhea.
You've got food poisoning.
I start sneezing and itching when I'm near a cat.
You've got an allergy.
Tape script 8.9 At the doctor's.
What seems to be the problem?
Well, I haven't felt well for a few days. I've had a bad headache, and now I've got a sore throat.
Any sickness or diarrhea?
Well, I haven't been sick.
Do you feel hot?
Yes, especially at night. I feel hot and I start coughing when I lie down.
Okay, I'll just take your temperature. Yes, you do have a bit of a fever. Now, let me see your throat. Open your mouth wide, please.
Can you see anything?
Yes, your throat looks very red. Does this hurt?
Oh,
And your glands are swollen. You just have a bit of an infection. You need antibiotics. Are you allergic to penicillin?
no, I'm not.
Good. Now, you should take things easy for a couple of days, and you must drink plenty of liquids. I'll write you a prescription.
Thank you. Do I have to pay you?
No. But you'll have to pay for the prescription. It's £7.20.
Right. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
Unit 9, Tape Script 9.1. The Bear and the Travellers. 1.
Where were the travellers walking?
Along a country road.
2.
Why were they going to the city?
Because they were looking for work.
3.
What did they see in the woods?
They saw a huge bear.
4.
What did the men do?
One hid in a tree, the other pretended to be dead.
5.
What did the bear do?
It bent down, sniffed, then wandered away.
Tape Script 9.2. The Bear and the Travellers.
2 travellers were walking slowly along a country road. They were going to the city because they were looking for work. They were tired because they had walked 20 miles, and they were hungry because they hadn't eaten all day. Suddenly, in the woods in front of them, they saw a huge bear. The men were terrified. One of them ran away, climbed a tree, and hid. The other man fell to the ground and pretended to be dead. He had heard that bears don't like eating dead meat. The bear came towards him. It bent down, sniffed him, and whispered something in his ear. Then it wandered away. After the bear had gone, the other man came down from his tree and went to see how his friend was. He wanted to know what the bear had said to him. "The bear gave me some advice," said his companion. "He said, next time you go on a journey, travel with someone who won't leave you at the first sign of danger." The moral of this story is, choose your friends carefully.
Tape script 9.3. Questions and answers. 1. Why were the travellers tired?
Because they had walked 20 miles.
2. Why were they hungry?
Because they hadn't eaten all day.
3. Why did one of them pretend to be dead?
Because he had heard that bears don't like eating dead meat.
4. When did the other man come down from the tree?
After the bear had gone.
5. What did he want to know?
He wanted to know what the bear had said to his friend.
Tape script 9.4. Pronunciation. 1.
They'd walked 20 miles.
2.
One man hid in a tree.
3.
The other pretended to be dead.
4.
When the bear had gone, the man came down.
5.
He felt bad because he'd left his friend.
Tape script 9.5. 1.
I was nervous on the plane because I'd never flown before.
2. When I'd had breakfast, I went to work. 3. I met a girl at a party. Her face was familiar. I was sure I'd seen her somewhere before. 4.
I felt tired all day yesterday because I hadn't slept the night before.
5. My wife was angry with me because I'd forgotten our anniversary. 6.
The little girl was crying because she'd fallen over and hurt herself.
Tape script 9.6. The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Once upon a time, there was a shepherd boy who looked after the sheep in the hills near his village. He thought his job was very boring. One day, while he was sitting under a tree, he had an idea. He decided to have some fun. So he went down to the village and shouted, "Wolf! Wolf!" at the top of his voice. As soon as the villagers heard the boy, they stopped work and raced to the hills to help him. But when they got there, they saw nothing. They returned to their work. After they'd gone, the shepherd boy smiled to himself. A few days later, the boy did the same thing again. He ran into the village and shouted, "Wolf! Wolf!" The villagers didn't know whether to believe him or not, but they were worried about their sheep, so they had to help him. They went back to the hills. Again, there was no wolf. They were angry because the shepherd boy had lied again, but he just laughed. Then, the next day, Just as the sun was setting, a wolf really did appear, and it began attacking the sheep. In terror, the boy raced down the hill to the village, shouting, "Wolf! Wolf!" Although the villagers heard his cries, they did nothing to help. This time they really didn't believe him. The shepherd boy climbed back up the hill to look for the sheep, but the wolf had killed them all. He was so ashamed of himself that he sat down in the moonlight and cried. The moral of this story is, you should not lie. A liar will not be believed, even when he tells the truth.
Tape script 9.7. Discussing grammar. 1.
When I'd done my homework, I went to bed.
2.
After I'd driven 200 miles, I stopped for a coffee.
3. As soon as she'd passed her driving test, she bought a car. 4.
I didn't go to Italy until I'd learned Italian.
5.
Although I'd read the book, I didn't understand the film.
6.
His mother sent him to bed because he'd been naughty.
7. She'd burnt the food, so we went out to eat. 8.
She cooked a lovely supper, but unfortunately I'd eaten a large lunch.
Tape script 9.8. My favorite writer.
Tom, you chose Charles Dickens as your favorite writer. Can you tell us a little about him? When was he alive?
He wrote in the 19th century. He was born in England in 1812 and died in 1870.
What did he write? What sort of books?
He wrote novels and short stories.
And tell us, why is he famous?
At the time he was writing, there was a lot of inequality between the rich and the poor. Dickens wanted to change society. He wrote about people who were poor and hungry or ill, or who were unfortunate in some way. Dickens created some of the most famous characters in English literature.
What are his best-known books?
There are quite a few, but possibly David Copperfield, which has a lot of autobiography in it, and Oliver Twist, and after that, A Christmas Carol. In this book, we meet a character called Scrooge.
Ah, the man who hated Christmas.
That's right. At the beginning of the story, Scrooge is a miserable character who refuses to spend any money to help his poor family. But by the end, he is a changed man, kind, generous, and full of love for people around him.
What was Dickens' personal life like?
A mix of good and bad. His parents were poor. Dickens became very rich. He married and had 10 children.
10?
Yes, but he left his wife because he fell in love with an actress. He didn't get divorced. In those days, it was impossible, absolutely out of the question. So there was a lot of sadness in his life.
Oh dear. Poor Mr. Dickens.
Tape script 9.9. My favorite writer.
Now, Alice, you chose Robert Louis Stevenson. Tell us about him. When was he writing?
Well, he was born in 1850 and he died in 1894, so he was writing just after Dickens, in the second half of the 19th century.
And what did he write? He wrote novels and poetry, and he was also a travel writer.
Oh, quite a lot. Tell us, why is he famous?
Well, he isn't as famous as Dickens, but he's very popular because he's a great storyteller. His stories are about adventure, danger, and horror. His heroes are pure, and his villains are dark.
What are his best-known books?
There's a children's book called Treasure Island, and there's a travel story about going around France, but the most famous is The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
And they, I suppose, are his most well-known characters.
Yes, the book was an immediate success. It's about a man who has two sides to his character, one good and one bad. The man, Dr. Jekyll, has a battle inside himself between his good side and his evil side.
This is the psychological idea of someone with a split personality?
Yes, in everyday speech we say about someone, "Oh, he's a real Jekyll and Hyde," meaning there are two sides to their personality.
Fascinating. Tell us about his personal life.
As a child, he was often ill. He married an American woman who had children from an earlier marriage, but they didn't have any children together. He travelled a lot to Europe and the United States. He died very young, when he was just 44.
Oh, well, thank you, Alice, for telling us about Robert Louis Stevenson.
Tape script 9.10. The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson. London, 1886. One. Late one night, a lawyer, Gabriel Utterson, was walking home through dark, silent streets when he saw a man attacking a woman. Utterson ran after him and caught him. The man's name was Mr. Hyde, and he looked ugly and evil. 2. Mr. Hyde showed no regret for what he had done. To buy the woman's silence, he wrote her a check. Give this to the wretch. Utterson noticed that the check was signed in the name of Dr. Jekyll, a well-known and well-respected man. 3. Utterson was worried. He was Dr. Jekyll's lawyer, and also his friend. He went to visit him. As soon as he mentioned Mr. Hyde, Dr. Jekyll turned pale and became angry.
My position is very strange. I cannot explain.
Utterson was confused. Who was Mr. Hyde? 4. A year passed. One night, an old man was murdered as he was walking home. A maid witnessed the crime and recognized the killer. Mr. Hyde had struck again. The police went looking for Hyde, but he had disappeared. 5. Again, Utterson went to visit his friend Dr. Jekyll. He suspected that Dr. Jekyll had helped Mr. Hyde to escape. When questioned, the doctor replied in a strange, wild voice that Mr. Hyde had gone forever.
Hyde will never return!
6. Over the next few weeks, Dr. Jekyll's behavior became more and more unusual. He locked himself in his laboratory and refused to open the door. His servants were worried. When they heard his voice, it sounded different.
Go away and leave me alone.
Was that my master's voice? They asked Utterson for help. 7. Utterson and the servants broke down the door. Mr. Hyde was lying dead on the floor.
It's Mr. Hyde!
No, it's Dr. Jekyll! He had taken poison. But why was he wearing Dr. Jekyll's clothes? And where was the doctor? Were Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde one and the same person? Eight. On the desk was a letter addressed to Mr. Utterson. In it, Dr. Jekyll tried to explain himself. He said he believed that inside every human being there was a good side and an evil side. 9. Jekyll had created a potion. When he drank it, his whole body changed.
God help me! I'm changing!
The good, kind doctor became cruel, ugly, and evil. He called this other man Mr. Hyde. To change back, he had to drink another potion. 10. But after a time, Jekyll found that he liked changing into Mr. Hyde. He enjoyed being bad. He became more and more violent and cruel. He took pleasure in hurting innocent people. 11. Finally, Dr. Jekyll couldn't control Mr. Hyde anymore. He began to change into this monster, even without taking the potion. Jekyll hoped and prayed that Hyde would disappear.
God help me!
But Hyde always returned. 12. The potion to turn Hyde back into Dr. Jekyll no longer worked. It had lost its strength. Dr. Jekyll could no longer get rid of the evil Mr. Hyde. He had to kill this monster. But to kill Mr. Hyde, Dr. Jekyll also had to die.
I can live in this world no more. Tape script 9.11. 1.
I was delighted because I'd won £1,000 in a competition.
2.
I was stressed because I had 10 bills and no money to pay them.
3.
I was proud because I'd worked so hard and passed all my exams.
4. I was amazed because my teachers didn't expect me to pass. 5.
I was upset because no one remembered my birthday.
Tape script 9.12. 1.
Sometimes I feel really lonely.
Cheer up. You've got me. I'm your best friend.
2.
I've got so much to do. Oh, and the baby's crying. Help!
Calm down. You're so stressed. Chill out.
3.
Guess what? I've just won £10,000.
That's fabulous! I'm delighted for you. Can I have some?
4.
When I watch the news on TV, I get scared.
I know what you mean. The world's a scary place.
5.
I get upset when people are so horrible.
Yes, but people can be really nice as well.
Tape script 9.13.
What an amazing film.
I was scared.
I was really scared.
I was so scared.
Tape script 9.14.
I was so surprised.
It was such a shock.
It was such an awful day.
You have such crazy ideas.
We had such terrible weather.
There were so many problems.
I've got so much work.
Tape script 9.15. 1.
That was such a good book. You must read it. I'll lend it to you. You'll really like it.
2.
The film was so scary that I couldn't watch it. I hate the sight of blood and people killing each other.
3.
Jane and Pete are such nice people. They're always so welcoming and pleased to see you.
4.
But their children are so badly behaved. The parents have no control at all.
5.
There were so many people at the party. I didn't manage to talk to everyone.
6.
They made such a mess. I'm glad I didn't have to tidy up.
7.
I've spent so much money this week. I haven't got a penny left.
8.
I've had such an awful day. I need a drink to cheer me up. Tape script 10.1. A phone call that changed the world.
Fact file. Today, mobile phones are owned by almost 6 billion people worldwide. In the UK, 30 million are sold every year. The first text message was sent in 1989. Last year, 6.1 trillion texts were sent worldwide. Camera phones have been sold since 2002. Smartphones were introduced in 2007. The mobile phone had become a multimedia gadget. Over the years, a multitude of amazing features have been added, including internet browsing, email, MP3 players, video and camera. In 2008, Apple's iPhone had 500 applications, apps. Now there are over 500,000 apps. The most expensive mobile is the Gold Striker iPhone 4S Elite Gold. It is made of 24-karat gold and decorated with over 550 diamonds. It costs £6 million. 100 million mobile phones are thrown away every year. Some people believe that before long, all landline telephones will be replaced by mobile phones.
Tape script 10.2. 1.
The first mobile phone call was made in 1973 by Martin Cooper.
2. Mobile phones are owned by almost 6 billion people worldwide. 3. 30 million phones are sold in the UK every year. 4.
Camera phones have been sold since 2002.
5. A lot of amazing features have been added. 6.
The Gold Striker phone is decorated with over 550 diamonds.
7.
100 million mobile phones are thrown away every year.
8.
Some people believe that eventually all landline telephones will be replaced by mobile phones.
Tape script 10.3. 1.
Paper was invented in 105 AD by a Chinese government official called Tsai Lun.
2. The printing press was invented in 1440 by a German printer called Johannes Gutenberg. 3.
The telephone was invented in 1876 by Alexander Graham Bell. Bell was born in Scotland, but he moved to America and became a scientist and a teacher of the deaf.
4.
The radio was invented in 1901 by Guglielmo Marconi, an Italian physicist.
5.
Television was invented in 1924 by a Scottish engineer, John Logie Baird.
6. The ballpoint pen was invented in 1938 by the Hungarian journalist Laszlo Biro. 7.
The Apple PC was invented in 1976 by two American computer engineers, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. The name Apple was chosen because it was Jobs' favorite fruit.
Tape script 10.4. All things online. 1.
Over 90 trillion emails are sent every year.
2.
Nearly 5.5 billion questions are answered by Google every day.
3. eBay was invented in 1995 by Pierre Omidyar, a French scientist.
4. Nearly 5 billion items have been sold on eBay since it began.
5. 60,000 new video films are posted on YouTube every week.
6. The first Twitter message was sent by American businessman Jack Dorsey in 2006.
7. Facebook has been translated into 76 languages since it began.
8. The online store Amazon.com was founded by Jeff Bezos in his garage in 1994.
Tape script 10.5. Questions and answers. 1.
How many emails are sent every year?
Over 90 trillion. Isn't that amazing?
2.
How many questions are answered by Google every day?
Nearly 5.5 billion. It's incredible.
3.
When was eBay invented?
In 1995,
Who was it invented by?
a French scientist called Pierre Omidyar.
4.
How many items have been sold on eBay since it began?
5 billion. Actually, 5 billion and one. I've just bought something.
5.
How many films are posted on YouTube every week?
60,000 new videos every week.
6.
When was the first Twitter message sent?
In 2006,
Who was it sent by?
an American businessman called Jack Dorsey.
7.
How many languages has Facebook been translated into?
76, and there'll be more.
8.
When was Amazon.com founded?
In 1994,
Who was it founded by?
Jeff Bezos.
Tape script 10.6.
Text message. Businessman. Newsagent. Cell phone.
Tape script 10.7. Business card. Business deal. Businessman. Business news. Computer games. Computer program. Computer virus. Laptop. Phone call. Phone card. Phone number. Radio news. Radio program. Radio waves. Website. Tape script 10.8. 1.
She has a wonderful job. She's very well paid.
2. I didn't enjoy that novel. It was really badly written. 3.
You don't need to spend a lot of money on clothes to look well dressed.
4. Our office is really well equipped. We have all the latest machines. 5.
I hope their children don't come. They're so badly behaved.
6.
Can I have my steak very well done, please? I don't like it rare.
7.
Surely you've heard of Elizabeth Taylor? She was really well known.
Tape script 10.9. 1.
Do you ever play computer games?
No, but my nephew does, all the time.
2. Which websites do you visit most often?
Google, Wikipedia, and BBC Recipes. I get all my recipes online now.
3. Do you send a lot of text messages?
I do. It's a great way to make arrangements. I text all the time.
4. Who does the most housework in your home?
Not me. My mum always says, "Oh, I'll do it. You're so slow."
5. What size shoes do you take?
36. We've got small feet in our family.
6.
How do you like your steak?
I like it rare. I don't like it well done. 7. Is your school well equipped?
Not really, but I think we're getting interactive whiteboards soon.
Tape script 10.10. 1. Henry.
It's made for me. I'm a frustrated writer. One day maybe I'll write a novel. I write about my thoughts, my work, all my travels, and I've even written a kind of work biography. I'm so pleased that I have so many visitors and comments. I feel in touch with the world. I tweet too.
2. Sandy.
Yeah, I have an account and I go on it fairly often. I like sharing photos with friends. I love seeing their photos too, and it's a nice way of keeping up to date with them and sometimes making contact with old friends. I don't use it for anything more. Some people communicate a lot about their lives on it. I couldn't do that.
3. Liz.
Actually, it was a terrible shock. I went back to my machine, and the screen was bright purple with large red letters across it saying "Warning." Everything was completely frozen. I rang the helpline, and they said they'd had over 50 calls from people with the same thing. It had even infected the stock exchange. Who are the sad individuals who do this, I want to know.
4. Martin. There aren't many left in my town. Just one, I think, on the high street. It's because so many people have home computers and laptops these days, and there are more and more places where you can access the internet. I used them a lot when I was travelling. 5. Barry. I do so much online. I think I conduct most of my life online. I book everything. Cinema, travel, my sports club. I shop online, clothes, food, presents. I check symptoms if I'm ill. Actually, I've stopped doing this because I got too frightened by the answers. I download recipes. I could go on and on. I like the way Google has become a verb. I'm always saying, I'll just Google that and find out. Tape script 10.11. It drives me crazy.
Hi, Jack. Over here. How was your journey?
Oh, not good. Not good at all.
Why was that?
Well, there was this girl in the seat behind, and she was talking loudly on her mobile phone the whole journey. I know everything about her life. I even know what she's going to wear when she goes out on Saturday night. And I know what she's not going to wear.
That drives me mad too. You know, not long ago, trains had quiet carriages where you couldn't use your mobile phone.
Well, they don't anymore. I couldn't read my paper with her yakking behind me. She told the same thing to at least 4 friends. Then I had this kid opposite me with his mother.
What was he doing to annoy you?
He had one of these mini computer things.
A Game Boy?
Yeah, one of those. And he was head down playing this thing all the time. Zing, ping, bang. All those noises coming from it. He never looked up once. When his mum asked him to say hello, he just grunted. So impolite.
I know. Kids these days, they're so badly behaved. Did you book your ticket online this time?
I tried to.
What happened?
Well, I followed the instructions one by one and got right to the end, and it asked me for my password. Password? I didn't know I had one for train travel, so I thought, okay, I'll ring instead.
Maybe not the best idea.
No. So I rang the train company, and of course I got the usual recorded message. You know the type of thing. I'm afraid all our operators are busy at the moment. Then music and thank you for holding. I'm afraid our operators are still busy. And more music. So I gave up. I bought a ticket at the station.
It drives you mad, doesn't it? Life's too short to spend so long on the phone. Still, I usually do enjoy travelling by train.
Me too. Usually. It's better than driving. I hate driving into town these days. There's too much traffic. It's just jam after jam. And it's impossible to find a parking space. Parking's a nightmare. And car parks and parking meters are so expensive.
I know. I remember when you could park all day for 50p. Come on, let's get out of here. Let's get a coffee.
Okay, but not Starbucks. I can't stand Starbucks.
Why? I like the coffee.
It's the size of the cups. They're all huge. Even the small one is too big for me. And the biggest is so big, it's enormous. And there's so much choice. Latte, skinny latte, soya latte, cappuccino, frappuccino, single shot, double shot.
Okay. Modern life. There's a small coffee bar around the corner. Let's go there.
Tape script 10.12. On the phone.
077 00 9 00 333.
0049 021 37474.
0115 496 0499.
0800 142 2466.
Tape script 10.13.
01632 960 200.
0207 946 0558.
029 2018 0763.
0061 44 501 277.
Tape script 10.14. 1. Brian and Adam. Sorry, Brian, you're breaking up. I couldn't hear that.
I know, Adam, it's not a good line. But listen, I'm calling because I can't make it on Thursday. Are you free on Friday?
Friday, I'm not sure. Can I get back to you?
Sure, that's fine. Text me. Speak later.
2. Adam and Carol. Hello, Carol, it's Adam. I'm trying to get hold of Brian.
I'm afraid he's not in. Have you tried his mobile?
Yeah, I tried that first, but he's not answering.
It's probably switched off.
Can you give him a message then?
Of course.
3. Emma, Donna, Flora.
I'm afraid Brian's line's busy. Would you like to hold?
Yes, please.
It's ringing for you now.
Thank you.
Hello, Brian Doyle's office. Flora speaking.
This is Emma Smith from Digby and Morse Associates.
Oh, good morning, Miss Smith. I'll put you through immediately.
4. Flora and Carol.
Hi, Flora. Can I speak to Brian, please?
Oh, I'm afraid he has someone with him at the moment. Is it urgent?
Just tell him Carol rang and I'll see him this evening.
Will do. I hope there isn't a problem.
Tape script 10.14. 1. Brian and Adam.
Sorry, Brian, you're breaking up. I couldn't hear that.
I know, Adam. It's not a good line. But listen, I'm calling because I can't make it on Thursday. Are you free on Friday?
Friday, I'm not sure. Can I get back to you?
Sure, that's fine. Text me. Speak later. 2. Adam and Carol.
Hello, Carol. It's Adam. I'm trying to get hold of Brian.
I'm afraid he's not in. Have you tried his mobile?
Yeah, I tried that first, but he's not answering.
It's probably switched off.
Can you give him a message, then?
Of course.
3. Emma, Donna, Flora.
I'm afraid Brian's line's busy. Would you like to hold?
Yes, please.
It's ringing for you now.
Thank you.
Hello, Brian Doyle's office. Flora speaking.
This is Emma Smith from Digby and Morse Associates.
Oh, good morning, Miss Smith. I'll put you through immediately.
4. Flora and Carol.
Hi, Flora. Can I speak to Brian, please?
Oh, I'm afraid he has someone with him at the moment. Is it urgent?
Just tell him Carol rang and I'll see him this evening.
Will do. I hope there isn't a problem.
Unit 11. Tape script 11.1. Gareth Malone. 1. When did he start playing the piano?
When he was 3.
2.
How long has he been playing the piano?
Since he was 3. 3. When did he start teaching singing?
When he was 23.
4.
How long has he been teaching singing?
Since he was 23. 5. When did he make his first TV program?
In 2007.
6.
How long has he been making TV programs?
Since 2007. 7. How many programs has he made?
3.
8.
How long has he been living in London?
For about 30 years. Tape script 11.2. 1.
My sister's working in New York.
How long has she been working there?
Only a couple of months.
2. I'm training to run the marathon.
How long have you been training?
Since Christmas. Wish me luck. 3.
My boss is on holiday.
How long has he been away?
2 weeks. It's great without him.
4. I'm learning how to drive.
How long have you been learning?
Nearly 2 years. I've failed my test 3 times. 5. I know Maria very well.
How long have you known her?
Since we were at school together. 6.
I have the new iPad.
How long have you had it?
I only got it yesterday.
Tape script 11.3. 1. Why are the students bored?
Because the teacher's been talking for hours and they haven't understood a word.
2. Why has he got a sore throat?
Because he's been singing too much. He's sung every night for the last 3 weeks.
3.
Why are they so tired and dirty?
Because they've been playing rugby. But they're happy because they've won the match. 4. Why has he got backache?
Because he's been digging the garden. He's planted 6 rows of cabbages.
5. Why is she covered in paint?
Because she's been decorating her flat. She's painted 2 walls already.
6. Why have they got no money left?
Because they've been shopping. They've spent over £200.
Tape script 11.4. I haven't seen you for ages.
Mike, I'm over here.
Sophie, you look great. You haven't changed a bit.
Oh, I don't know. It's been over 10 years. I'm definitely older, if not wiser.
Well, you look just the same to me.
Oh.
Come on, we've got over 10 years to catch up on, and not a lot of time. My plane leaves at 7 this evening.
Tell me about you. Tell me about you first. How long have you been working in Madrid? What are you doing there?
Well, I work for a big international IT company, and at the moment I'm based in Madrid. I've been there about 18 months now.
Wow, that sounds important. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, very much. But there's a chance that I'll have to move to Germany in 3 months. That's where the headquarters are.
That sounds interesting too.
Yeah, but I have a Spanish girlfriend now.
Ah, I see. What's her name?
Rosa. You'd like her. She's great fun. We've been going out nearly a year now.
Whoa, that sounds serious. Does she speak English?
Oh yes, her English is much better than my Spanish. I started going to Spanish lessons 6 months ago, but I still find Spanish pronunciations really difficult.
I know.
Oh, yeah, you studied languages, didn't you?
Yes, I studied French and German at university, but I've also been trying to learn Swedish for the last few years.
Swedish? Why? Come on, now it's your turn, Sophie. Tell me about you. Tape script 11.5. Tell me about you.
Well, I got married a year ago to a Swedish guy, Ragnar Hansen.
Where did you meet him?
We met while I was working in Stockholm.
What were you doing there?
Well, after university, I studied fashion design, and my first job was in Sweden as a buyer for H&M Fashion.
Really? How long did you do that?
I worked there for over 3 years. Ragnar was my boss.
Oh, did you get married in Sweden?
Yes, we did. My parents came over for the wedding.
And do you still work in Sweden?
No, we don't. We've both got new jobs in the UK.
Oh. How long have you been back?
About 10 months. We've been trying to buy a flat since we got back.
So, where have you been living?
With my parents. They're lovely, but it's not great. And we're expecting a baby next April, so we really need a place of our own.
Oh, congratulations. I hope you find somewhere soon. Oh, look at the time. I'll have to rush to catch my plane.
Bye, Mike. It's been great seeing you again. Let's keep in touch from now on.
Yeah, it's been great. Maybe next time you can meet Rossa, and I can meet Ragnar. Tape script 11.6. Alison's life.
I didn't marry until quite late. I met Ben when I was 30, and we didn't marry until I was 33. That was in 2006. We got married in a church near where my mum lives. I had been engaged before that to another boy, Mark. We'd been together over 10 years, since school in fact, and I think we just got bored with each other. Ben and I had a great honeymoon. We toured America. We were away for 3 weeks, and soon after that I found I was pregnant. That was Ellen, our first baby. She was born the year after we got married, and 2 years after that, in 2009, we had the twins, Tessa and Tom. They've been keeping us busy ever since. I'm exhausted most of the time, but they're great fun. I'm really glad I married Ben. He's a great dad. I want it to be forever. My mum and dad divorced when I was just 13, and I don't want us to do that.
Tape script 11.7. Good news, bad news. 1. My wife had a baby last night. Congratulations! Was it a boy or girl? A boy, William James. How much did he weigh? 4.1 kilos. Oh, a big boy. How are mother and baby doing? They're fine. Oh, that's wonderful. Give her my love when you see her. I will do. Thanks. 2.
Alfie and I have got engaged. That's fantastic news. Congratulations. Do you like my ring? Wow, diamonds. It's beautiful. When's the wedding? We're thinking of getting married next spring. I hope I'm invited. Of course you are. I want you to be a bridesmaid. Really? I'd love that. I've never been one before.
3.
Have you heard about Bill and Josie?
No. What's happened?
Well, they've been having a tough time recently.
I know, they haven't been getting on well at all.
Well, they finally decided to split up.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. What a shame.
Yes, I always thought they were so good together.
4.
We lost Grandpa last week.
I know. Your dad told me. I'm so sorry. He was a lovely man. Everyone was really fond of him.
He and Grandma were together nearly 60 years.
That's incredible. How old was he?
88.
And how's your grandma coping?
She's okay. She's got her family around her.
Well, I'm sure you all have wonderful memories of him. Unit 12, Tape Script 12.1, Real Possibilities.
What are you doing this weekend?
If the weather's nice, we'll go for a picnic.
Ooh, sounds nice. Where to?
Not sure. We might go to the park, or we might go to the country.
Well, I'm sure you'll have fun.
Tape Script 12.2, 1. What are you doing this weekend?
If it's sunny, we'll go swimming.
Ooh, sounds great. Where to?
Don't know. We might go to the outdoor pool, or we might go to the river.
Well, I'm sure you'll have a good time. 2. What are you doing this weekend? Well, if it rains, we'll go shopping.
Sounds a good idea. Where to?
Not sure. We might go to the high street, or we might go to a shopping centre.
Well, I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
3. What are you doing this weekend?
If we have time, we'll see some friends.
Sounds good. What will you do?
Don't know. We might go to a restaurant, or we might just go to the pub.
Well, I'm sure you'll have fun. Tape Script 12.3, Going to and might. 1.
What are you going to do after school? I don't know. I might go home, or I might go into town.
2.
Where are you going on your next holiday?
I'm not sure. I might go to Spain, or I might go to Turkey. 3. What are you going to study at university?
I haven't decided. I might study languages, or I might study business.
4. What are you going to buy Jane for her birthday?
I'm not sure. I might buy her a t-shirt, or I might buy her some makeup.
5.
When are you going to see your boyfriend again? I don't know. I might see him on Friday night, or I might see him on Saturday afternoon.
Tape Script 12.4, Tara and Ben. 1. Tara.
When I leave school, first I'm going to have a few weeks' holiday. I'm going to see my brother in Italy. Then I'm going to university. I'm going to study economics.
If I do well at university, I'll get a good job, and if I get a good job, I'll earn lots of money. I hope so anyway.
2. Ben. I'm not very good at decisions. I don't really know what I want to do. I might go to work for my father. He's got a shop, but that's not very interesting. Or I might go travelling with my friend James. The problem is that I don't have much money, so I might get a job in a bar or a shop and save some. I'm quite good with computers, so I might do a course in computer programming. Who knows?
Tape script 12.5. Advice, warnings, threats. 1.
If you take these pills, you'll feel better.
2. If you eat junk food, you'll get fat. 3.
You'll fail your exams if you don't do your homework.
4.
Careful! If you touch that, you'll get an electric shock.
5.
If you don't do what I say, I'll kill you!
Tape script 12.6. Lily's dream.
I'd love a baby brother. If I had a baby brother, I would play with him all the time. We'd have a lot of fun. I'd be so happy. I wouldn't ask my mum and dad for anything else.
Tape script 12.7. Sam's dream.
I'd like to be taller. If I were taller, I'd be in the first team at rugby. And if I played really well, I'd be captain. And then, if I practiced really hard, maybe one day I could play for England. My dad would be so proud of me.
Annie's dream.
I have 2 kids. I love them, but I never have any time to myself. If I had a free weekend, I'd stay in bed all day. I'd read magazines and watch TV. Then I'd sleep all night, and my children wouldn't wake me. Oh, heaven.
Tape script 12.8. Tony's life.
Well, he's not much good at anything. He hasn't had a job since he left school, so he hasn't got any money, so he can't buy any new clothes. He never looks smart, and he doesn't know what kind of job he wants. He's not ambitious at all, so he doesn't apply for many jobs. I think the problem is that he's lazy. He doesn't get up till midday, and he doesn't shave, and he doesn't even shower often. He doesn't look good. Maybe that's why he hasn't got a girlfriend. He's useless.
Tape script 12.9. If Tony had a job.
If Tony had a job, he'd have some money. If he had some money, he could buy some new clothes. If he had some nice clothes, he'd look smarter. If he was a bit more ambitious, he would apply for more jobs. If he weren't so lazy, he'd get up before midday. If he shaved and showered more, he'd look better. If he looked better, he might get a girlfriend, and that would help him a lot.
Tape script 12.10. 1. Jimmy's problem.
Amy, can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure. What about?
Well, I've got a bit of a problem. You know, I'm in my first year at university. I'm really enjoying the course. I love what I'm doing, studying physics, but...
I was waiting for a but.
Yes, you're right. But I'm also in a band. There are 3 of us, and we've been playing together for a couple of years, and we've just got a recording contract, which is something we've been trying to get for ages.
And you can't do both? Is that it?
Absolutely. The other guys want me to drop out of university. If the record was a success, we'd go on tour. We might go to Europe for 3 months, or we might even get to America. That would be amazing.
But if you dropped out of university and the band wasn't a success, then what would you do?
Exactly, that's the problem. But if I didn't give the band a chance, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. This is our one big chance.
But if the band didn't work, you wouldn't have a career.
And my parents would go crazy. Amy, help me. What do I do?
Well, I think you should try with the band. If it doesn't work, it's not the end of the world. You could always go back to university, and you might hit the big time in the music business.
Two. Fiona's problem.
Jenny, you've got to help me.
What is it? Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine, but I'm having terrible boyfriend trouble.
What, with Sam? I thought you two were fine.
We are, sort of. I'm very fond of Sam. We've been going out for over a year, and we do things together, but I've met this guy at work, and he's asked me out, and I don't know what to do.
Wow, this is sudden.
Well, not really. The thing is, everyone thinks that Sam and I are a couple and we're going to get married, but for me, Sam is more like a brother. I can't marry him. If I married Sam, I'd be so unhappy. But if I broke up with him, he would be heartbroken. I don't know what he'd do.
But it sounds like you have to say something. If you don't tell him now, it might be worse later. Who's this man at work?
Well, he's really lovely. His name's Harry. He's my age, and he's very good-looking. We work together, and it's such fun. He really makes me laugh. He isn't pushing me to go out with him, but...
But you'd really like to. I know.
And if I don't say anything to him, he might think I don't like him. So what do I do?
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't say anything to this guy at work yet. Be nice to him, but don't encourage him.
But he might go out with another girl.
If he started going out with another girl, then you'd know what sort of man he was. If he likes you, he'll wait. But you have to talk to Sam first.
Tape script 12.11. A year later. Jimmy.
Well, we made a record, and we went on tour to Japan, and the band's doing really not bad. We haven't hit the big time, but we've had 1 or 2 hits, and we're very well known in some parts of the world. We haven't been to America yet, but we hope to soon. And my parents have been okay. Well, my mother has. My father keeps saying, "When are you going to get a real job?" But he doesn't approve of anything I do, so that's nothing new. So it was the right decision.
Fiona.
Well, I told Sam, and in fact he was fine about it. He also said that he thought we were more like brother and sister. I was quite upset that he wasn't more upset. Anyway, he was all right about it. And of course all our friends said that they had seen this all along. So, I broke up with Sam, and it didn't work out with Harry at all. It turned out that he was engaged to a lovely French girl, and he was just being friendly with me. So I got the situation completely wrong. Never mind, I'm single, but that's fine. I'll just see what happens.
Tape script 12.12. Note-taking. Part 1.
Generally, I am optimistic about the future. If you go back to the beginning of the 19th century, most Americans lived for about 50 years. Nowadays, life expectancy is nearly 80 years.
This is because of great improvements in healthcare and technology. There's no reason why this won't continue far into the 21st century. The world has changed so much in the last 20 years. We have DNA, microchips, and the internet. We must teach people to use this new technology. I believe that one day everybody will have computers and access to the internet. For over 2,000 years we have tried to understand our environment. Now we are beginning to control it as well. We are learning how to control the weather, and one day we'll learn to control earthquakes and volcanoes. Eventually, illness and disease will not exist because we will build new body parts, new livers, kidneys, hearts, lungs, like spare parts for a car. People say world population is an increasing problem, but if people become more educated and richer, they won't need or want to have so many children, and the population of many countries will decrease. I believe that one day there will be a world government because the resources of the world will have to be managed at a global level. We need to make global decisions. We already have a world language called English, and there is now a worldwide communication system called the Internet.
Tape script 12.13 Part 2.
I do have some reasons to be pessimistic. I think people will remain fundamentally the same. There will always be stupid people as well as intelligent people. There will always be cruel people who want to fight and wage wars. There will be people who don't understand that we have to look after our world, our forests, our oceans, our atmosphere. There will certainly always be people who think that money is everything. We have the technology, but we need the wisdom to go with it.
Tape script 12.14 Prepositions 1.
It wasn't an accident. She broke it on purpose.
2.
What's for dinner? I'm starving.
3.
He isn't in the office this week. He's away on business.
4.
When you go, keep in touch with me via email.
5.
Transport workers are on strike for better pay.
6.
I don't need other people. I like being by myself.
Tape script 12.15 Thank you and goodbye. 1.
Well, it's late. I must be going now. Thank you so much for a lovely evening.
My pleasure.
And the food was delicious.
I'm glad you liked it. I hope you get home all right. Bye.
Bye, and thanks again.
2.
Thank you so much. It was so kind of you.
That's all right.
I'm so grateful for all your help.
Don't mention it.
Would you mind helping me with just one more thing?
Of course not. No problem.
3.
I hope you have a good flight. Who's meeting you?
My sister Sarah.
Remember to give her my love.
Will do. Okay, it's boarding. I have to go now. Bye.
Right. Look after yourself. Bye.
4.
Thanks for having me. I really enjoyed staying with you.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure. Come back and see us again sometime.
That's very kind. Maybe next year.
That will be lovely.
Five.
Have a safe journey. Thanks. I'll text you when I arrive. Say hello to your parents from me. I will. Oh, the train's leaving. Okay, bye. Take care. See you soon. Bye.
Six.
Goodbye, and thanks for everything. It was great fun.
I really enjoyed being your teacher. We learned such a lot with you. Thank you. Good luck with your English. Keep practicing.
We will.